I believe we're gonna give a minute here to let everybody from the other meeting that needs to get in here, to this meeting to get logged in. So we'll wait till I get the heads up here from Don Sherman.
I did just unmute phone ending in 554. That's Attorney Werner Helmer, I believe.
Yes, I'm on. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We're just a few minutes behind here. All right, this is a Dubuque County Board of Supervisors work session with County Engineer Anthony Barjat. And first item on the agenda is discussion regarding rumble strips on Derby Grange Road at the JFK Road intersection. Anthony, I'll turn this over to you for background.
Okay, I'll give kind of a quick recap on what's kind of taken place out there since we resurfaced the road. So about 2 years ago, we resurfaced Derby Grange Road up at JFK Road there. After that, we became aware that the Hines is at when they live across the T intersection there on the east side of JFK. We became aware that there was there had been and then there was some ongoing crash history or crash problems, people speeding and slowing down or stopping at the stop sign at the T intersection. And on two different occasions, people actually blew through the intersection, and on one occasion they actually crashed into their living room, and on another one they clipped the corner of their garage, as I understand it. We do have some pictures to show a little bit later in this presentation as well. So that became very alarming. I did see the pictures and was trying to come up with some solutions as to slow people down there. We decided to put in a flashing stop sign to alert people that the stop was coming. There is a little bit of a crest as you come up Derby Grange Road. So we felt like the flashing stop sign would bring more visibility to the intersection. I am aware that there's an issue with the stop ahead sign too, and I plan on addressing that as well after this meeting. But in addition, we decided to put in 2 panels of rumble strips. And typically, you don't typically install them in kind of more urban areas or roads that you meet up with that are at a reduced speed. You typically put them in rural areas where you're meeting a road that's at design speed or highway speed, 55 miles per hour. With the exception, they do play a key role in controlling crashes in situations like this. But they're not unprecedented in urban settings. But we typically do try to be cautious with installing them around developments and the like. When they were installed, it was around the same time that some of these houses were popping up on the west side of or the north side of Derby Grange Road there. And people started moving into those homes, and it became a different scenario. It was not only, on one hand, it was helping control the crash history there, or the crash problem, and it was acting as a good safety item. On the other hand, it was also causing a noise issue, and they are quite noisy. I will definitely admit that. That's what they're intended to do. They bring attention to the driver. I don't know where we want to go from here. Do we want to pull the pictures up of what the Himes gave to us? Dawn or Mary, I think we sent them over to you, emailed them over to you.
This is a photo. This is Supervisor McDonough. This is a photo of the car completely inside the house. This was the accident from 2010, and rumble strips did exist on the road, on Derby Grange Road at this time. And this was the velocity with which the car demolished the home. The bedrooms are on the far side, and so fortunately no one was injured. The next pictures, I think, are going to be of like the road that was taken at that time. There's the rumble strips leading up to that intersection with JFK. So they were certainly there, obviously, in 2010. The gentleman who lives in that home grew up at a farm further down on Derby Grange. He knows they've been there his lifetime. This is just a sign that I think it's very similar to what's in place right now, but that was the sign that was in place in 2010. You can swing the last photo through. That's the garage accident. It moved it off its foundation. This was a car just January of last year that crashed into their garage. They routinely have vehicles land in their lawn, and they've looked at a variety of things they might be able to do as well. So safety is a very strong concern, and I think we can all agree that we want to be concerned about their safety.
And this 2009 accident predates the installation of the rumble strips. Those happened somewhere around May or June, if I remember right.
We have someone in the audience who's shaking her head no, Kate. I can't see the last name, but when we go to open, she'd like to make a comment about when those dates were installed of the rumble strips the second time. So when they were reinstalled, I don't know what you have, Anthony, for records about that. I think Kate Scheinman was indicating no with her.
Yeah, I'm just going off memory. I don't have the installation date in front of me here.
Okay.
Well, may I jump in here real quick? I'm Warner Helmer. I've been retained by the Heims to represent them here today, and of course they understand what the concerns are. But my clients believe that safety is paramount. I was involved in the first accident. I handled that, and that was I believe was November of 2010. Where that young gentleman shot across the intersection and went right through the living room wall. Unfortunately, my clients had gone to bed just shortly before then. And the second incident, I believe, was in January, February of last year. I don't know exactly. I can't tell you whether the rumble strips were in place at that time or weren't, but I do know historically there were rumble strips, and the rumble strips that were just completed recently looks like they've been rounded out, to eliminate some of the noise. So that's a little historical background there. Do you want me to put my presentation on, or how do you want to handle that?
Chair, I think that question's to you, Chair Baker.
Yeah. Anthony, I guess, were you done with your background?
Yeah, I'm done with my background for now.
All right. I guess, Mr. Helmer, we'll have you go ahead and present your information, and then we'll open it up to others as well. So if you want to proceed.
Mr. Baker, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, I'm not Zooming. I'm on the telephone here. But this is what my clients' concerns are. Obviously, it's safety. And I looked at the petition, and of course, noise is always going to be a problem from now on because the road's been redone. There's a commercial establishment, just a bit down the road, and there's also a church. And since that nice blacktop jobs have been completed, a lot of people tend to use that route now to also hook up with Hales Mill Road. And the speed we agree with. That's always been an issue. I go home on JFK Road, and I would venture to say that the average speed probably is 45 to 50. And it gets to be very difficult, and I'm assuming it's likely going to be the same on Derby Grange Road. People simply aren't watching the speed limits. Those intersections there at the corner of Derby Grange Road and also JFK Road, that's a heavy T intersection, as is a heavy T intersection just up the road from that with Rupp Hollow and JFK Road. Now, I do wish to point out, this is the first time I've run across one where there was a complaint about noise of the rumble strip. because if you go up on Rough Hollow Road, just turning off from JFK Road, in front of the Charner home, there's a deep rumble strip there, and I don't think there have been any complaints there. So one of the considerations obviously has been to, put in additional signage. Unfortunately, I don't believe additional signage is going to do a lot. Quite bluntly and frankly put, there are just too darn many signs on the roads these days. They're road signs, now they're political signs, they have commercial signs, now we have neon lines, and they all contribute to distracted driving. To me and my clients, the rumble strips serve a real primary purpose. They're very effective. They're basically a safety feature there for the unattentive and distracted driving. And unfortunately, we're seeing more and more distracted driving on the road as people not only talk on their cell phones, they also text. I can give you an example of my own here. About a month ago, going up on Highway 20 where the new bridge was built, there was a young man in a landscaping truck hauling landscaping gravel who was obviously texting. And he swerved back and forth a few times. And the attention getter for him was the rumble strips on the side of the road. So people are doing that. I don't think they're going to pay that much attention to signs. As to the consideration of noise, that area is being highly developed. It's a nice area. People have put nice homes out there. They take pride in their homes. But ultimately, as with most new homeowners, the lots they purchase and build homes on are pretty bare. Landscaping is going to be coming down in the future. They're going to plant trees, likely put up fences too for noise barriers. And it's going to happen because that isn't developed out there yet. It's just starting to. There's going to be a lot more traffic. So to put it quite simply, to eliminate those barriers right now would be a grave safety concern to my clients, and it would be to the general public also. And I say that, in all sincerity, the distracted driving, unfortunately, signs don't mean much. And we all have experiences day in and day out where we see somebody talking on the cell phone and texting. And I'm absolutely convinced that little extra noise is gonna save a life somewhere along the line. And I don't mean to make light of the petition. I'm far from it. I think there's a legitimate concern, and hopefully we can resolve that. But keeping in mind that safety ought to be paramount. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Helmer. Any questions? Anthony, do you have any questions of Mr. Helmer?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right. Well, we did receive a petition from residents in the area. I did note that one wasn't from the area. I'd like somebody to explain the Locust Street signer onto that. But other than that, it looks like they were all from the neighborhood there. So if some of the folks that have presented the petition would like to speak and talk about their concerns with the noise situation. And if we could get them unmuted. I know Kate Scheinman is one of those. I see that she's on, and some of these phone numbers are coming up without names, so we'll have to try to figure that out. Okay. If you want to speak, please kind of wave your hand so we can get to you. Okay, Kate is waving her hand.
I unmuted myself. I don't know the protocol.
Okay.
I'm into Zoom these days. I've never heard of it 6 months ago, maybe 5 months ago, but now I'm a Zoomer. How's that? I didn't realize that we should perhaps have an attorney representing us. So just going to put that out there. I personally am all for safety, 100% for safety. We moved in here on August 2nd of 2019. So we were the second occupied structure in this development. And then we went on a long planned vacation a week later, something like that. And when we came back, when we came home, the rumble strips were in. So it was sometime in that first half of August 2019 that they were put in.
Yeah, just real quick here. I'm looking at my old emails here, and I do have a quote that was sent to me on July 30th from the company that cut them in, and it probably would have been around the second week of August when they.
I mean, that would make sense. So it just was kind of shocking and jarring because here we are out in the country. I mean, it's very country-like here, even though I know we're in the city or in the county or whatever, but it's very quiet and lovely. And then you have these very jarring rumble strips. So again, I am really all for safety, and that's horrific, those photos that we were shown. But I would like to know, I'm not an engineer, but aren't there other things that we can do, such as slow down the mileage? I think it's my neighbors, the Halversons, who have been very active in this petition. I believe I saw them on here on the Zoom. Anyway, they had mentioned that the speed limit on Derby Grange is 45 miles an hour. And then it goes into JFK, which is 35 miles an hour. And JFK is the primary road, and this is the secondary road, if I understand correctly. So what can we do to maintain everyone's safety, but also to maintain our sanity? It's really loud. We can't sleep with the windows open at night. These strips are right outside of our house, or one of them is, the other is down a little closer to JFK. So I guess I'm just posing it to you, experts, asking, is there something else we can do? Thank you. I'll mute myself now, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kate. Would the Halversons like to speak?
Yes, my name is Jim Halverson. This is my wife, Charlotte. We just moved in early April of this year. Signed, I guess, to have the house built like September, October of last year. Since we moved in, the rumble strips, you have to have your windows closed. You can't hardly sleep when you listen to that noise. I guess speed is definitely an issue. I've watched drag races come down past my house on more than one occasion. The fact that if you, in fact, every time there's an accident someplace, that rumble strips is the solution to the problem, I disagree with that. Yes, we're all for safety by all means. That is definitely number one. I guess I'd question, in terms of this house, how many accidents have there actually been? Are we talking about 2 over the last 50 years, or what's the real quantity of accidents? That's usually enters into any kind of dialogue when you're talking about finding solutions to problems. There's more traffic on JFK, but that's 35 mile per hour speed. The same as Highway 20, and we have a road here with 45 miles an hour. If you go down to the other end of Derby Grange Road where it meets the T intersection, there's actually a bend in the road, and there is a warning sign that tells you that the stop sign is coming. There are no rumble strips. So we're inconsistent with that. In terms of the driving habits currently, it's unbelievable, and you can blame it on the pandemic or whatever you want to blame it on, but driving is just getting horrendous, quite frankly. But the noise is unbelievable. And the fact that we've got a subdivision here with that is growing quite rapidly. There's going to be more homeowners. The value of our properties kind of rely on this type of thing. So I think there are better solutions in this age of technology that we can use to help control things like this. So I would look forward to meeting or being part of any kind of a group of people that want to talk about it or help with a solution. But anyway, I was not aware that we were going to need to be represented by an attorney. I kind of set back a little bit by that. But anyway, like I say, I'm willing and able to be part of any kind of a group that wants to talk about the issue. Thank you. And maybe my wife would like to say something as well.
I just want to reiterate what's been said. My name is Charlotte Halverson, and folks that know me know that my line of work has been for the last several decades, a long time, has been involved in the health and safety issues of folks in communities. I have worked really closely with everybody from the CDC to the National Safety Council, and there isn't a bone in anybody's body that wants to have anything impair the safety or the concerns about safety for anybody in our community, regardless of what street they live on. For us, it is the noise factor. I do a lot of work, I do webinars, recordings for OSHA, and I have one little spot in the house that I can do that where the noise doesn't impact it, and essentially have to go lock the bathroom door. And I have on my phone I've used, and it's not, you know, exact, but if anybody's ever done noise monitoring, and I'm sure Mr. Barjett is familiar with doing a lot of that in his work, there are several times that even the decibel level is over what would be considered a safe level by the National Safety Council and OSHA. Not all the time, but several times. I sleep, we know sleep deprivation is a health issue. And for all of us in the community here, that you sleep, you know, a couple of hours here and a couple of hours there, that's fine once in a while, but it's a danger in itself. I would think that there has got to be some other engineering solution that we could eliminate that noise and still keep all of our neighbors safe and feeling comfortable. And I'm sure it will impact property values and the ability to sell property, because I know we have someone on here that represents one of the realty companies that works in this community, and that would be Ms. Esser.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Halverson, Mr. Halverson. You indicated that there might be someone else that wanted to speak. If we can, I think just has to unmute, that person just needs to unmute themselves.
Okay. Hi, I'm Janice Esser. I'm a realtor at RE/MAX Advantage Realty here in Dubuque, and I worked with the Halversons on the purchase of their property. I know I don't live in the community. I've been in their home since they've moved in and can verify that it is extremely loud. I possibly have a solution. Obviously, I don't know the workings behind it all, but it was said earlier that one of the accidents occurred when there was rumble strips already there. So it doesn't work all the time. It may happen often that it helps the situation, but in one of the situations, the accident still occurred. Would it be possible to do a road barrier where the current sign is up on JFK, where at their property?
So the issue is we can't put anything that doesn't have a breakaway kind of standard to it. We don't want to put up anything that's a barrier, because that becomes non-crash worthy is what we call it, and it puts liability back on the county. So, when you see guardrail coming off of a corner of a bridge, it's meant to be hit at a certain angle and not a 90-degree impact or perpendicular impact. And it's made to break away from the post and slow down the vehicle. If we put something that's more of a barrier that you hit at a perpendicular angle, that becomes a crash hazard. And that's something that was brought up to me, and it's a great thought. But unfortunately, in this in this day and age of liability, that's something we can't do.
Anthony, this is Supervisor Baker. I know we want to identify the problem. On one hand, we have safety issues, and on the other, we have noise. I went out and drove it and went into the subdivision and listened for vehicles, and it is very loud. And I know we tried to mitigate that by filling in, to a certain extent, filling in the ridges on the rumble strips. And I think I was told by at least one of the homeowners that it helped a little, but it's still pretty loud. I know that out on Mud Lake Road, the last rumble strip, it's pretty close to a couple houses. I don't know if it was done intentionally or not, but it's pretty quiet. And I don't know if that's a possibility. Certainly you can see, the concerns of the Heim family, but also, the folks that live in the subdivisions that have just made a big investment to build a new home and now have the noise issue. So I don't know if looking at the speed, I think then we're hoping that people will slow down. I think it's maybe something to look at. But is there any way to reconfigure that intersection to make it safer? Right now we have just a T. I don't know if that's possible, but because you're either turning right or left there. So I don't know if a right turning lane is possible.
Well, it's really the speed and the attention of drivers coming up to an intersection. There's a little bit of a crest there, so it's somewhat of a sight distance issue there. But you could spend quite a bit of money to try to regrade that road to get the sight distance, kind of free and clear up to the intersection. I don't know if that's going to have, the major impact we're looking at there. I think it's more of an attention deficit to attention of getting up to that. We could reduce it to 35 miles per hour somewhere down the road. What I've found is reducing speed limit doesn't always work unless you have enforcement. Enforcement is almost more important than the actual speed limit sign itself. We could look at adding not only on one side of the road with the stop ahead sign, but you can double up that sign on the other side as well. So you would have a double set of stop ahead sign with a reflective post and red marker flags coming off the stop ahead sign. That would help bring some attention to the stop sign. There are symbols as well that are approved to paint on the road itself with a stop ahead symbol. That's an option that gives good reflectivity off the road and can also bring attention to the stop condition coming up. Those are kind of the things I can think of right now. In this day and age of technology, it seems like technology works against us sometimes too, because people are on their phones, they're on their technology, and they're not paying attention to what's ahead of them.
Okay. Thank you, Anthony. Other comments from anyone participating in the meeting, any of the folks from the neighborhood that haven't had a chance to speak? Okay.
Mr. Metz, you are unmuted if you wish to speak.
Yeah, the one thing I got to say is the ditches probably need cleared out a little bit. I mean, there's obstruction of the signage probably, you know. As far as the rumble strips, they're loud. I mean, my dog won't go out front yard anymore because he's afraid of the noise apparently, which is minor. I mean, that's fine. He can go out in the backyard, but on weekends when they got ball games, they got church, it's crazy. It's just nonstop. Cars going through, and it is pretty annoying. You can't be outside and enjoy it. I mean, it's peaceful out here. Other than that, I mean, it's beautiful. I was trying to think of the different type of strips I've seen in driving around before, and I think they're more of a temporary as them plastic, I believe they are, or a vinyl that adheres to the concrete. I think them are more of a temporary. I'm not 100% sure if you know what I'm talking about. I've seen them in construction zones before. I don't know if they'd be quieter or not.
They are a temporary, if I'm thinking right, they're a temporary rumble strip.
Yeah.
And we've actually seen problems with the construction zones where people trying to avoid them. They try to swerve around them.
Yeah.
They become more of an issue than what they're trying to solve.
Yeah.
Anthony, if the speed was reduced on Derby Grange, would that have an impact, excuse me, on the loudness of the rumble strips?
Not a lot. You'd have to really reduce the speed quite a bit for that noise to sort of quiet down. I mean, like in the 5 to 10 mile per hour range, you might get a reduction in the sound. It's the how quickly are they hitting the next rumble or cut that we have in the pavement that's causing that repetitive sound. It's that sound, and it creates the next sound. It just kind of dominoes on itself. The slower you go, the slower you get to that next cut in the pavement. So it would space out a little bit, but I don't think it have a huge impact to it.
Well, the rumble strips on Rapallo Road, I was over there, driving over them this weekend as well. I think Attorney Helmer also uses that way home. They just don't appear to be as loud. They don't seem to be as loud. You're moving, I think, at a slower rate.
Yeah.
On good or bad, Derby Range Road has a lot of traffic that is truck traffic, not commercial truck, but truck traffic, moving back and forth on both lanes of traffic. That was kind of my takeaway on Friday. I was there, but it was more toward a commuter hour at 5:30 or 6 o'clock. And it was loud both lanes because there's just a lot of traffic moving very quickly.
Looks like Mr. Metz has a.
I noticed that too, like as far as Rapallo, I know a lot of people are coming up Clay Hill, so they're stopping, then they're turning on to Rapallo to JFK. Them rumble strips are closer to the stop sign of JFK, I believe, than the ones down here on Derby Grange. And I thought before previously that the rumble strips were closer to the intersection up at JFK and Rapallo or Derby Grange. I mean, cars would substantially be slowing down quite a bit, but they're not getting that advancement and notice, of a stop ahead with the rumble strips being back further like they are.
The standards changed on the rumble strip design, maybe 5 years ago or so. It used to be a 3-panel design. So you'll see on different older roads around the county that there's actually a 3-panel setup. And now it's a 2-panel setup. as what has been approved and is being kind of by the Iowa DOT.
Was there 3 here before?
There probably would have been. I'd have to go back and look at all the images, but
I thought there was too, but
Okay, other questions or comments? This is on the agenda for discussion purposes. I do want to address the issue that has been brought up about having an attorney involved. I mean, that's the right of anyone, but it's very rare in these work sessions, which are informal, to have an attorney present your case, but it's certainly not prohibited. So I just wanted to address that. So, and I believe I can't think of another case that an attorney has presented somebody's side of a case, but in zoning cases we have surveyors that testify for folks and that type of thing. So. So it is allowed. And all right, are there any other comments? I'm assuming Anthony will have to take another look at this, see if there's any other mitigation. Okay, I'm being told that Helversons would like to speak, so okay, and you can unmute yourself, Mr. and Mrs. Helverson.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I just had one thing that I forgot about. There are no overhead street lights at that intersection. If that is any help whatsoever, it's not for night driving. And then my other thought I had, during the winter months when you've got ice and snow, I would think that would probably have a lot of effect on the rumble strips in terms of their validity. But so those are just a couple things I thought of.
Thank you.
I actually had a question for the neighbors that are here. Do you have objection or do you favor reducing the speed limit?
I favor it.
I would favor reducing the speed limit, but I don't really think that the speed limit has a large impact on the rumble strip issue. Definitely the speed limit is an issue. I think we're talking about 2 different things possibly, and Mr. Brinket would probably have a better handle on that. But you can go across those rumble strips fairly slowly and they're still quite loud. But yes, the speed is definitely an issue. That out here, they drag, like, as Jim said, they race down there.
I've actually watched drag races down there. It's unbelievable.
The speed limit, we do have a process for that, and that would involve a public hearing after receiving, requests to make the change from the folks who live in that area. But at this point, I don't know that the issue of speed limit was front and center, but certainly something that could be talked about and discussed. Matter of fact, we did a speed limit change not too far from there. I'm losing the I can't think of the name of the road, but it was a dead end road that we reduced. Yeah, thank you.
Anthony,
So,
do you
but
feel
we
that
did
you-
have a public. Go ahead, Supervisor McDonough.
Do you not have enough information based on the conversation between the parties today to look into reducing the speed?
well, I mean, I think the reducing the speed would be a good thing. I don't want to pretend to think that that's going to be a be-all, end-all solution, because it takes enforcement. Law enforcement obviously can't be down there all the time enforcing the speed limit. I don't think the 35 mile per hour, if we went to a 35 mile per hour speed, I don't think it's going to necessarily change the sound of the rumble strips all that much. You know, with those rumble strips being in really close proximity to those homes, it's going to be fairly noisy yet.
I know in my talking to Himes, they also, and they're represented by council, they actually sent me an email asking us to look at reducing the speed on that road. And it sounds like the neighbors here don't have, they would like to see that happen as well. Traffic is moving there far too quickly.
It makes sense, especially with a sight distance kind of, I wouldn't say a problem or issue, but there is a shortened sight distance not too far down the road as you're coming up to the intersection. So I think that would be a part of the solution there.
And where is the city of Dubuque? Where do they align their property lines, and who's taking care of cleaning that part of John F. Kennedy Road and Derby Grange? Who's maintaining that?
That's a good question. Thank you.
Yeah. So about the entrance to the golf course and all the way up to JFK, that north lane, well, I guess what I'd call the westbound lane, but the north side of the center line there, that's the city of Dubuque. The south lane there, what's heading eastbound, would be Dubuque County. We maintain all of that road all the way to JFK, and we have a 28E agreement with the city of Dubuque to, you know, we maintain this, they maintain something else for us.
Even that's not simple.
No.
Okay, other comments or questions? All right.
Supervisor Wickham, I'd just like to say I appreciate everyone taking the time to share with us as far as the situation currently. You know, I wish I had a quick answer for both parties, but it appears that one party that's in harm's way wants the rumble strips to stay. The adjoining landowners are the ones that are hearing the noise consistently and constantly, and you know, you'd like to basically accommodate both citizens, both groups, but that's not going to happen. I lived in Peosta, and we lived probably, I swear, it was maybe a half mile away from a rumble strip, and you could hear it all the time. So I can only imagine how close those are to your subdivision and the noise there. So I don't dismiss the inconvenience, and just the constant noise would not be fun to deal with. So maybe just all I can say is that you've got our attention, and we'll see what we can do to resolve it, to keep both parties safe and have quality of living. But it is a tough one when you've got one that wants to stay and one that wants to go. The middle ground is very difficult to accomplish.
But see, I think there could be a middle ground. I don't think it has to be black and white. And I'm not an attorney, and I'm upset by what you said. I'm really hoping that we can problem solve and dialogue and use the engineers' expertise and technology as a community to come together and not have it be just them or just us, because we're all together, and let's try to work something out. Thank you.
Yeah. Anthony Bargett, this is Supervisor Baker, and I know is there a different material that can be used to fill in and quiet the rumble strips? We tried, I think, liquid tar. I thought there was a different process used out there on Mud Lake Road, and I don't know if that's feasible or not, but maybe something that we can look at. Or is there some form of epoxy that might absorb sound?
Well, quite honestly, the best way to fill those in would still get a little bit of noise is to drag some asphalt across. That would require us to go mill out that cracked sealant material that we put in, and do a light drag of an asphalt material across that, That's what we did on Mud Lake Road to, sort of fill in 90% of those cuts and still have just a little bit of a rumble feel to it. I think it was a really good solution there for that homeowner right there. But we would have to go back and mill out or route out that crack sealant material.
Okay. I would ask anyone that's interested, you're coming from up out of Mud Lake Park, which, by the way, is a beautiful county facility, and you're heading towards Sageville. It would be the last rumble strip before the stop sign at Sherrill Road, right in the town of Sageville. And I go over there quite often and notice that it's not as loud as most. That may be, that may be part of a solution that might work better than what we have. I don't disagree with Supervisor Wickham. It sounds like, at some point there may be a line in the sand, if you will, that we have to decide. I don't think we've looked at every option at this point. I'd like not to give up on this and try to find a solution that, maybe it's not going to be what everybody's looking for, but that we could reach some kind of consensus on. If we can't, then we'll have to make a decision. We'll lean strongly to Anthony Barget's recommendation, but this is a chance for us to listen to our citizens and get their concerns out there. And there's good concerns on both sides of this issue. I think we need to try to find solutions if possible. And we have one of the best county engineers, in my opinion, in the state, if not the Midwest, to help come up with ideas and solutions.
Okay, I am happy to stay in touch with you. I did talk on the phone with Charlotte and Jim Halverson, and of course, I know the Himes and Attorney Helmer. So if you want to, we can look together at how we can reduce speed. I'm happy to stay connected to you. I think this is a neighborhood discussion. I liked your approach to it, to say that it doesn't have to be all one way or all the other. It needs to be designed to fit the situation that we have with extraordinary safety concerns, understandably so, and then also we need to mitigate that noise as best we can for adjoining property owners. And if Anthony knows he's working, we can come back when we have, we might not be back before my colleagues unless we need to change the speed, but we might come up with a solution that works just meeting as a group.
Well, we want to thank you all for taking the time to hear this and hear our concerns. And I agree. I think we've got a wonderful county engineer working on this. Very glad that you took the time to listen to us, and we hope that we can find a win-win solution for everyone. It does not have to be an us versus them. I am absolutely confident there's a win-win out there.
Anthony, this is Supervisor Baker again, only slightly tongue-in-cheek here, but if we could find a way to do a nice cheap roundabout it might be a good spot for it here, but I know they're not cheap, but that might be something at least to give consideration to. So, and I'm just spitballing here, so I think we need to have some more discussions on this. So thank you all for participating. No decisions are going to be made today. My counterparts, on behalf of my counterparts, Supervisors McDonough and Wickham, and myself, We truly appreciate hearing from you, and I know Anthony Bargett, our engineer, appreciates it as well. So thank you all, and we will keep looking for solutions here.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, and we will continue on with our county engineer's report, and we have general road department discussion. And Anthony, I know you emailed out your report, and if you want to review that with us, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, over on the Dyersville East Road, paving operations are starting to wrap up this week, and we should be done hopefully by about either Tuesday or Wednesday. And then after that, we would have shoulders and pavement markings remaining to be completed. So we should be pretty well wrapped up, mostly wrapped up by the time the MLB game happens. Monastery Road, the asphalt paving is expected to start this Thursday. Wapton Road, the full depth reclamation subcontractor had some problems establishing the correct cross slope. After they did their process and the road firmed up very nicely, we checked their cross slope, and there was also established a 3% cross slope. In a lot of areas they had anywhere from a 0 to 1% cross slope. So we're having them go back and correct those areas before we proceed with paving. I would expect that the paving on that to happen in probably 2 to 3 weeks. Old Castle Road, the paving schedule has not been set yet. I do want to point out that City of Dyersville is closing down the intersection at Highway 136 and Old Castle to do, I believe, the sanitary sewer run across that intersection. So we sent out a road notification tool letting people know that it's closed. City of Dyersville is also doing their own notification. I think that's expected to last about 3 weeks. Contract culvert replacements. Horseville Construction is doing to work on culvert replacements on Streff Road and Hilton Hill Road. Then Riverside Drive, paving and seal coat operations are expected to begin in the middle of August. With the dredging, hauling going on that road, there was some damage done to the one of the I think it's one of the concrete, I don't know what you call them, the panels on the railroad track. So the railroad has to come in and do some work on that. So that'll be delayed just for a week or two while they repair that. And then after that, River City's supposed to come in and do their work. For maintenance, our maintenance crew is they're working on asphalt paving on White Top Road. They started that last week, and they're going to continue through that process this week. The only inhibitor on this process for us is getting the asphalt tonnage from the Dubuque plant. Some days they're able to commit the tonnage we need, and some days they have to push it elsewhere. Now that the Monastery Road is going to start this Thursday, we don't know which plant they're going to pull from. So if they pull from the Dubuque plant, we're probably going to be shut out and not able to get the mix we need. So this will be kind of an ongoing process over the next week or two to try to complete that road. And then I did not put that on here, but we would be moving on to Hidden Valley Road. There's a dead end stretch that is gravel, and the first part of it is asphalt paved. The dead end stretch is gravel. We're going to go in and pave the rest of that all the way to the very end. It's one of these sections of road that is very hard to get to with a maintainer operator, and it's kind of an island gravel road that makes a lot of sense to go pave. Any questions on the report?
Do you have any questions for Anthony on any road issues?
None for me.
Okay, thank you, Anthony, for your report. And I know we have various issues throughout the county with complaints or concerns about potholes. And that type of thing. Some of them are roads that, you know, are on our list to be done, in the not so distant future, and some are just, potholes that pop up, and we have our patch crew, is out, at least occasionally, doing work. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, we try to get out every couple, 3 weeks to do some patching on problem areas.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Anthony, I'd like to thank you for reaching out to Himes, even when you're on vacation. You know, I know that that's not fun, but that you made that extra effort to reach out to them. I think they valued that, so thank you. And that bringing the lawyer is just because he ended up being called into overtime as he suspected, and they need to have someone advocate for them.
Yeah. I thank you for that. I do appreciate both sides where they're coming from, and I'm going to work hard to kind of do some research and come up with we have some obvious solutions in front of us. I'm going to kind of try to think outside the box and see if there's something even better out there that can kind of help solve this situation.
And I am sincere in being involved in that too, if it helps to move this through. I think it's something we can achieve, you know, I would say within 60 days, probably.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, there's some things we can make some pretty immediate changes, you know, even within the next couple of weeks with some, you know, better stop ahead signs and, you know, just drawing more attention to the intersection.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Anthony regarding his report? Okay, I would entertain a motion to recess until 5:30 p.m.
Make a motion to recess until 5:30.
And I will second that.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. We are in recess. 9. Okay. We will convene the meeting of the Dubuque County Board of Supervisors, Monday, July 27th, 2020, 5:30 p.m. Meeting is originating from the Board of Supervisors room at the Dubuque County Courthouse, but also via Zoom. And we have if anyone during the meeting wants to speak at the appropriate time, you'll indicate by raising your hand. If that doesn't work, send us a message in chat or wave your hands. Sometimes that works. So, okay. So, first item on the agenda. If you'd join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll try to line the flag up here and get my chair out of the way. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. I'm going to ask at this time for everyone to join me in a moment of silence for the passing of true American hero, Congressman John Lewis. And I would ask everyone to join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda will be public comments. At this time, anyone may address the board on matters of which are on the agenda. Please go to the podium or contact us via Zoom by raising your hand and state your name and home address if you wish to comment on anything that is on the agenda. If you have a zoning issue or anything on the agenda, you'll get an opportunity to speak at the appropriate time. Okay? Linda, and Linda does have a zoning case on, so I wonder if she, but Linda, if you can unmute yourself.
Okay, on 6A, they have Paradise Valley Place, and it's Paradise Valley Trail.
Okay. Thank you for pointing that out ahead of time. Is Tammy Henry on?
Yes, and the plat is called Paradise Valley Place. That is the name of the plat, and that's what we'll be discussing later.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Tammy. Okay. Anyone else like to comment ahead of time before the meeting on anything that is on the agenda? We're not seeing any other hands raised here, and I don't see anything in chat. So, All right, we'll move forward. Next item on the agenda would be approval of the minutes of the meetings of July 13th, 15th, and 20th, 2020.
I will make a motion to approve the minutes of the meetings of the July 13th, 15th, and 20th.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carried 3-0. Next item on the agenda is item 3, consent items. And the following items will be acted on by a single motion without separate discussion unless the supervisor requests that a specific item be considered separately. We have recommendation from the county assessor regarding 2020 allowances and disallowances for homestead credit, military exemptions, and disabled veteran homestead exemptions. We have item B.
That also includes a list of business property tax credits, I believe, and those are not included in the, I don't see them identified in A or B. Does that have to be listed, Mary?
This is Dawn. I do see that in Dave's letter that I'm also sharing on the screen there. So I think if somebody would make a motion to amend the language of the recommendation for approval to add the businesses, I'm not at my computer right now. I think that'd be okay under the consent items.
That was not specifically stated in the agenda itself.
No, it's not. It's in his letter, which was in the packet, but it's not on the agenda. It's not part of the verbiage on the agenda. Dave's letter had homestead, credit, military exemptions, disabled veteran homestead credit, and also where the owner has filed for business property tax credit. Dawn Sherman is recommending that we amend that in to item 3A. I believe we could do that with a motion if someone so chooses. Okay, hearing none, I think we'll have to bring back at the next meeting, bring back the business property tax credit list. Which may be the same list, just represented, but, okay. And I didn't hear a request to do these separately, so I'll go to the next one. We have a recommendation from the city assessor regarding 2020 allowances and disallowances for homestead credit and military exemptions.
Yeah, Chair, we're going to have to do them separately because we obviously haven't acted on 3A, so we'll have to do them separately, I would assume. and if Supervisor McDonough, the reason I didn't comment it, she was the one that had stated that. If I'm happy to either table it for next week if that's what the board would want, or if the board would want to amend, I'm open to that as well. But it was a good catch by Supervisor McDonough, so I'll leave it in her hands. Okay, I will make a motion to approve 3B, the recommendation from the city assessor regarding the 2020 allowances and disallowances for the homestead credit and military exemptions.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded to approve in 3B, the recommendation from the city assessor regarding 2020 allowances and disallowances for homestead credit and military exemptions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. All right, let's go to item 3C, Class LC liquor license, Elk Lodge number 297.
I will make a motion to approve consent item 3C, the liquor license.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve item 3C, the Elks Lodge liquor license. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All right, let's circle back to 3A. We should have some clarification on what we're doing with that. We have the recommendation from the county assessor regarding the 2020 allowances and disallowances for homestead credit, military exemptions, and disabled veteran homestead exemptions, which are included in the list. But also included in the list was some business property tax credits. So do you wish to table this whole report or amend in the business tax credits or approve the three that are listed, the homestead credit, military exemptions, and the disabled veteran homestead exemptions?
My take would be that we table the whole thing until we get it listed right on our agenda to clean up what's occurring, which is just confusion. Motion to
Okay.
table.
And I will second that motion to table.
Motion made and seconded to table. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. All right. We have, moving on the agenda, we have no procurement procedures. So we'll go to item 5, public hearings. We have a proof of publication for a public hearing.
I'll make a motion to approve the proof of publication for the public hearings.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Motion made and seconded to approve the proof of publication for the public hearing. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. Item 5B, we have a public hearing on the amendment of the secondary roads current FY 2021 construction program and an accompanying resolution to approve the amended FY 2021 Dubuque County Secondary Road 5-year construction program. So I would have Anthony Bargett give the background information before we go into public hearing.
Okay, the primary reason for this amendment would be that we received a grant from the Iowa DOT to install paved shoulders on a portion of Sundown Road It'd be from Monastery Road down to Highway 151. So with that, we need to amend the program to add this project, and then we could proceed with getting the agreement from DOT to proceed to sign the agreement, and then move forward with putting together the design and let it hopefully sometime this winter for construction next year. And then the second project on the amendment here is just a little project number cleanup on the Northwest Arterial John Deere Road build grant project that we have going on right now. That's primarily it.
Okay. Any questions for Anthony? Not, I'll entertain a motion.
The special category for 21 million, 21.5, what is that?
Okay, the special would be, okay, I got to think here. Okay, that would be the local option sales tax dollars that are committed towards the 5-year construction program. I believe that's what that amount is throughout the entire 5-year.
Okay, since not every county has the local option sales tax, or it could be a variable. That's why they're listed as special. Okay.
Yeah, I'll
Sounds
check
good.
that. Usually special refers to the local option sales tax.
Okay, I would entertain, if there's no other questions for Anthony, a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
So moved. I will second that.
Okay, motion made and seconded to open the public hearing. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, carried 3-0. Okay, is there anyone that would like to speak in the public hearing regarding the amendment of the secondary roads current FY 2021 construction program? Okay.
We do have the masters if you see them, Supervisor Baker. They're raising their hand.
We're gonna get them unmuted here. Okay.
Paul, Lori? Yeah.
They could unmute themselves. Did they have a name? Okay.
Yeah, should I go ahead?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, go ahead.
First of all, I was just contacted by a neighbor on Black Hills Road who's having trouble getting the audio. So just Lori Reitinger, not sure the address, was Black Hills Road, is trying to participate, but she's not having any luck. As far as myself, I'm at 29217 Lansing Road. And in terms of the speed limit change.
Sir, we're actually, that's actually the next public hearing. We're on the first public hearing, which is to approve the amended FY 2021 Dubuque County Secondary Road 5-year construction program.
I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll wait, thank you.
That's okay. It's okay, it's understandable. I occasionally, if I'm working from home, have grandkids and great-grandkids run in front of the camera, so
I'm
we
not
don't
there
worry
yet.
about these little things. All right, anybody to speak on the amended FY 2021 Dubuque County Secondary Road 5-year construction program? And it does not appear that we have anyone to speak. Ask for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to close the public hearing. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, carried 3-0. We have a resolution to approve the amended FY 2021 Dubuque County Secondary Road 5-year construction program.
Make a motion to approve the resolution approving the amended fiscal year 2021 Dubuque County Secondary Road 5-year construction program.
And I will second that.
Okay. Motion made and seconded to approve the resolution. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. Okay, next up, we have a public hearing, proposed speed limit change on Black Hills Road and Lansing Road. And again, I'll go to Anthony Bargett for a little background on this issue, and then we'll proceed into the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. So for Black Hills and Lansing Road, a portion of Lansing Road and all of Black Hills Road was formerly a gravel road and not posted for speed limits. And by Iowa code, gravel roads are not required to have a posting of a speed limit. But Iowa code says that they are 55 miles per hour during the day and 50 miles per hour during the night. So currently we don't have a posting on the newly paved Black Hills Road and Lansing Road. So this public hearing is to set that speed limit, and with the development of the Field of Dreams area out there, and you know, all the traffic data that's gonna draw, and the alignment, vertical alignment, or vertical curves and horizontal curves, so along Black Hills Road and Lansing Road. In my opinion, it's appropriate to reduce the speed limit and post it at 35 miles per hour from Black Hills Road at Prairie Road all the way to Lansing, and then from Lansing over to, or from Black Hills on Lansing all the way to Dyer's Waste Road. When we get to the public comment time, I do have a couple of emails that I'm going to read into the record here, but that's generally a summary of where we're at.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. Any questions for Anthony? Entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
Make a motion to open the public hearing.
And I will second that.
Okay. Motion made and seconded to open the public hearing. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Okay, public hearing is open. This is for the proposed speed limit change on Black Hills Road and Lansing Road. There's an accompanying resolution to approve the speed limit change on Black Hills Road and Lansing Road. Before we take any action, however, the public hearing is open, and we would ask anyone that would like to speak on this matter to please do so and indicate by raising your hand or contacting us in chat. Okay, we have Mr. Mesher has his hand raised literally, if we could get him unmuted. And then Mr. Mesher, I also want to ask is the other individual that was having trouble getting in, have they gotten into the meeting?
Evidently they have. So
okay.
she'll probably want to weigh in or at least follow along.
Well, why don't we let you go ahead and speak here in the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. First of all, again, I'm at 29217 Lansing Road. I'm on the west end of Lansing Road, last place before Dyersville East. I think this speed limit change is a long time coming and a very good idea. My 2 cents are, I think 25 would be a better number. And the only reason I say that, 35 is not bad, but if you give them 35, they're going to go 45. And then we're just wasting our time. I think 25, you know, everybody likes to stretch it a little bit. It keeps it down to an acceptable level. That road, especially now since the new paving's been completed, you got walkers, you got bikers, you got joggers, you got gals pushing strollers, you got kids on skateboards, you got people driving 9 miles an hour, and you got people driving 90. And it's been my experience that if not everybody's going the same speed limit or the same speed at the same time, there's going to be a problem. And that doesn't even take into account the farm traffic, which I believe should be the first priority. So again, I think the speed limit change is due. I think 25 would be better than 35. That's all I really have at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mesher. Do we have anyone else that would like to speak on this matter?
Chair Baker, I would like to, if it's okay, I'd like to read in a couple of emails here.
Of course. Go ahead, Anthony.
Okay, so the first email I have here is from Jeff and Tricia Myers. So it states, Jeff and I are in favor of the county changing the speed limit from 55 miles per hour to 35 miles per hour on Black Hills and Lansing Road. The paved roads are very much appreciated and are so nice for not only us who live along them, but the many visitors that are going to the Field of Dreams. Thank you. And then I had another comment that was actually sent to Mary Hobble. This comes from Jerome Kramer. His address is 12748 Black Hills Road. He wants the board to know that he is in favor of changing the speed limit to 35 miles per hour. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. Okay, is there anyone else to speak on this matter? Okay, no one's raising their hand. I don't see anything in chat. If there is no further input, we'll go back. I recommend that we go out of public hearing.
I have a question, and maybe it might spur some more dialogue from the public, Chair, if that's okay with you, to stay in public hearing.
Yep.
So this would be to the county engineer. So you had a proposal from obviously a citizen that lives on that road to bring it down to 25. Anthony, would you like to comment on that related to 25 versus 35?
Yeah, generally 25 miles per hour is designated for, school zones or densely populated subdivision areas. Typically in a rural setting like this, even though there's going to be, plenty of development out there, you would look at a 35 mile per hour speed limit. Of course, for people to stick 35 miles per hour, it requires enforcement. So I don't disagree that people are going to try to go faster than that. But at the same time, if you set 25, they're going to try to go faster than that too. So enforcement is going to be a key factor in this.
Anthony, is this Supervisor Baker, is the design of the road more conducive? Obviously, 25 would be acceptable, but is it conducive to 35 miles an hour?
Yes. I would say that typically, especially Black Hills Road, the design would be more along the lines of 45 miles per hour. And some of those that S curve would be somewhere between, I'd have to look at it, but it's somewhere between 30 and 35 miles per hour through there.
I guess another question, Anthony, it's not unusual if we have a 35 or even a 45 mile an hour zone and there's a big curve that we put in a yellow sign with a recommended speed on that curve. Is that something that we would consider?
Yes, you don't set post a speed limit based on the design of the curve or what you're able to negotiate that curve at, and that's where the speed advisory plates come into play on the curves, advising the public that okay, this is no longer safe to do 35 miles per hour or 45, whatever it's at. You must reduce your speed to this speed limit to safely negotiate it.
Okay.
I see that we do have Mr. Juan Snyder from the city of Dyersville with us as well. And also Mr. Mesher is raising his hand.
Okay, I didn't catch the first name.
John Juan Snyder,
Mr.
City Works.
Okay. Okay, from the city of Dyersville. Let's go to Mr. Juan Schneider first, and then we'll go back and open it up since he hasn't had a chance to speak yet. And John, you're unmuted.
Okay, thank you. John Wansnyder, City of Dyersville Public Works Director. I'm also a civil engineer, like Anthony, and I would concur with everything Anthony has said. It appears like the roadway would be conducive for the speed limit, and we, you know, some of that is within the city, some of it isn't. Certainly the areas that are within the city, we would concur with the 35-mile-per-hour speed limit.
John and Anthony, that was going to be one of my questions. Where is that property boundary? Where does that start on city versus county along Lansing Road, I would assume?
All of Lansing Road is in Dubuque County. You have to get up into the kind of the Field of Dreams area. John, can you speak to your city limits, I guess, around the Field of Dreams?
Yeah, I was thinking the Field of Dreams side of Lansing Road is the city of Dyersville. I don't know if it's limited to that. I'm gonna look it up here, but just the Field of Dreams property is city of Dyersville. Yeah, I think you could see it pretty well on the map there, the delineation. So it's just that, you know, what the straight section of Lansing Road, half of the north side of it is city of Dyersville.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mesher, I believe, wanted to speak again, so if we can go back to him.
Yeah, just a couple comments. I agree with Anthony, what he said as far as the design of the road and what it can handle, things like that. That S-curve, I believe, is already marked at 25 with arrows, you know, indicating the curve. But the thing you got to keep in mind is that halfway between Dyersville East Road and that curve is that big left turn into the Field of Dreams. And you got people coming in from all over the place, not sure where they're going. A quarter of them try to turn into my place thinking that's it until they see the sign down the road. So the problem is traffic travels at an entire variety of speeds there. They're not all, you know, they're not all going 35 because they're going through. Most of them are going to the Field of Dreams and they don't know where it is. So they're traveling to the Field of Dreams at 20 mile an hour and they're traveling out at 50 once they know where they're at. So that's, you know, you got several different speeds of traffic all on the same road. The other thing that I don't even think anybody's aware of here that has happened since that's all been paved is that there's been a bypass around the city of Dyersville created. So anybody coming from Clayton County, New Vienna, Luxembourg who wants to go to Dubuque is skipping Dyersville because now you got this brand new stretch of blacktop with no gravel pops out on Highway 20 at Farley. So traffic has increased from that alone. When you guys paved Floyd Road, I noticed traffic on Lansing Road went up probably tenfold. So the thing is, if everybody's traveling the same direction, they're all traveling through, we got no problem. But the fact is, 80% of them are looking to turn into the Field of Dreams, not knowing where it is yet. From both directions, honestly, especially now since the rest is paved.
And maybe this is Supervisor Wickham. I appreciate your comments, Mr. and Mrs. Messer. That helps give us a lot of perspective since you live right there. And I was recently out there just with my father and brother, so I had a chance to see everything with the new pavement for the first time, and some of it was still under the works. You know, everybody hates changes at the end, but you know, did we ever consider having split speed limits from basically, you know, Dyersville into the Field of Dreams, and then as you go further east to Lansing Road and Black Hills, that's where it transitions to a higher speed limit. Would that make sense? Is anybody interested in that concept?
Okay, you lost me on geography there, exactly where the change would be.
Turn it on.
basically past the Field of Dreams turnoff as you're, you know, as describing heading from west to east.
Well, honestly,
so-
you have a lot of traffic coming from both directions now. It isn't just, in the past, it's been more from the west because of the paved road. That's always been paved from Dyersville East down to the Field of Dreams entrance. So now you have going east or coming from the east into the Field of Dreams entrance is now paved as well. So, you know, instead of running traffic down Highway 20 to Dyersville and out Dyersville East Road, now a lot of them are skipping around Farley and coming in the back way. As honestly, I think if you look it up on GPS, that's the way it's going to send you. If you're coming, say, from Dubuque or coming from the east. So traffic wise, it's probably a 50-50 deal going forward as far as traffic coming in. Now, you know, as I said, if this bypass is what I say it is, and you got people coming from Clayton County and Northern Dubuque County going around Dyersville to go to Dubuque, they also are going to go back the other way. So it's still a split, you know, 50-50 deal. I don't see, you know, and I'm not on Black Hills Road. Honestly, when you get to the south end of Black Hills Road, it does kind of open up, but then all of a sudden you got a T intersection again. You know, that I think Lansing Road is what I can speak to better, but I think there's such a variety of speeds and the variety of use that goes on there, and so much unknowing of where they're going and what they're doing. I mean, you still got people parking on the road taking pictures, and we haven't even discussed agricultural traffic yet. And, you know, right in front of my house is the crest of this hill, and you know, people come flying over there, and all of a sudden their brakes come on because, hey, there it is. Now we got to stop and turn. And again, if they're going 25, which I realize isn't a lot, they're going to go faster. And if they're going 35, they're going to go faster than that. So if 35 is acceptable, we give them 25, then really we've met at 35.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mesher. I have just a couple comments. The GPS issue really is not a new issue. It was part of the problem with, and I remember talking to the Myers several times about dust control. On Black Hills Road, because the GPS was bringing people who were coming from the east, and instead of going into Dyersville and coming out on the hard surface, they were taking the shorter route, which was a gravel road, Black Hills Road then, into the Lansing Road and the Field of Dreams. So that was entered into our decision, that and the request by our firefighters and EMS providers to have road improvements because of the anticipated crowds for the Major League Baseball events. So, I think the Black Hills Road at 35 sounds like the Myers and the folks that live on that road are fine with that. I will remind everyone that, you know, either way we go, we're reducing the speed limit because it was 50 at night and 55 during the day on a gravel road, even though that might not have been practical on those curves. But we are talking about a reduction in speed limit regardless which way we go. Any other comments? There is a comment in chat that basically saying what I just said. I didn't see it until now, but that we're going from 55 to 25 would be a pretty good drop. But I certainly understand everybody's right to have input here. So I'm just passing that along.
And
All
Ms.
right,
Myers,
any other?
Ms. Myers, if you wish to be unmuted, you can speak. You're unmuted, I believe.
Tricia Myers would like to speak. You can go ahead.
She's indicating she does not wish to speak. Her
Okay.
comments are in the record.
All right. All right. Any other discussion in the public hearing? After
Supervisor
the discussion is, go ahead.
Supervisor McDonough, I would just like to say that, Mr. Messer, the speed limits and such have been recommended both by, obviously, the county engineer, but also working with the city of Dyersville. And that's also how those numbers were arrived at. So I understand your concern about people being tourists in the area and the wish for people to want to recreate on a new road. So those are things we're balancing.
Good.
Okay. Any other comments in the public hearing?
Maybe a question on process. Maybe Anthony knows this. On shared roads like this, do the city and county have to agree? Does this have to go by the city council in Dyersville, or is it just our discretion since we maybe maintain the road? Is that the rule on that?
Well, actually, on Lansing Road, I believe the city boundary goes down to the north right-of-way line. So I don't think they encompass any of the Lansing Road whatsoever. John, is that correct?
You know, I don't have, my exhibit isn't detailed enough. That might be correct. I would not dispute that.
None of Lansing Road is in the city limits of Dyersville.
Okay, so they must
What's
get
it?
through. How do they get to the Field of Dreams?
They got to go back out in the county and then back into the city.
They cross Dyersville East Road to the north of Lansing Road. The city crossed Dyersville East Road.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments in the public hearing? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
And I will second that.
Motion made and seconded to close the public hearing. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0 to close the public hearing. Now we have item C1 on the agenda, the resolution to approve the speed limit change on Black Hills Road and Lansing Road. The recommendation has been 35 miles an hour. We've had discussion on 35 and 25. And seems like the 25 is a suggestion for Lansing Road, but not Black Hills Road. And Anthony, I don't know if that's, at this point, would we have to go through another process?
Well, we'd have to rework the resolution. So I'm not sure if that can be altered today and then just revised later and sent to you for a new signature. I'm not sure of the procedure on that.
I think Mary is thinking we would have to redo the resolution. Here's kind of my thoughts on this. I'll start the discussion with the supervisors. We're going from 50 at night, 55 during the day on gravel roads to 35 mile an hour all the time. And I think that should be an improvement. And if, Anthony, would we have a way of monitoring traffic and crash data for from the time that the speed limit change is made and the hard surface road is opened up? Or is that done periodically?
We would be able to monitor the crash data because we receive that data on a yearly basis. So we'd be able to tell, from the time we paved the road going forward, and looking at those dates of the crash history. As far as you said your other question was the traffic count. Is that?
Yeah, I know we did some traffic counts. I can't remember if it was last year or the year before out on Black Hills Road. And I think this was all before we knew anything about the Major League Baseball, proposing to have a game here. We did a traffic count. I think we got that was kind of a rain out weekend. We still had some traffic, but it wasn't probably a good reading. But now that it's, hard surface, I would expect that traffic may pick up.
Well, we can certainly perform a traffic anytime we would like. Let's see, the DOT does traffic counts. I'm trying to think, it's every 3 or 4 years. So it's either due this year or next year. But I think it's next year.
Okay.
My thought process on this is that reducing it to 35 seems to make the most sense when it's not having tourists trying to find their way. Thinking that speed limit should go from 55 to 25, I just don't think people would be expecting that. And that seems like I don't think the traffic is going to move at that speed. You expect that to be, as you described, Anthony, more like in the city where there's schools and you have that heavier congestion. I certainly heard what the messenger said, and you're right there to give us that front row bird's eye view on what traffic's really doing. But that is only on those limited times as well. Probably no matter what we put the speed limit there, that tourist traffic's going to continue to bumble along. I'm supporting what's been recommended to us and what's been requested, and that would be to go to the 35 mile an hour. That's what was actually listed in the Dyersville commercial, as well as what our consideration was.
Supervisor Wickham, any comments?
Just maybe one last question. I mean, certainly, Anthony, if we would approve 35 today, in the future, we could come back and modify that if needed, either higher or lower.
Absolutely.
With the same process. Yeah, so the documents are, created today, and I think we're moving in the right direction. But I am influenced by what Mr. Mesher is saying, and he witnesses. And so being a strong tourist point, we might want to keep an eye on that related to safety and just overall traffic. But right now, I think we're quote, heading in the right direction.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? I would entertain a motion to approve the resolution.
Motion to approve the resolution.
And I will second that.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carried 3-0. Thank you all for your input. Okay, next up on the agenda, item D, notice of public hearing, amendments to zoning ordinance.
I'll make a motion to approve the official notice of the public hearings on Monday, August 10th at 9 a.m.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded to approve the notice of public hearing amendments to the zoning ordinance. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, carried 3-0. All right, next up, item 6, approval of plats. A resolution approving final plat, Paradise Valley Place. At this point, we'll turn it over to Tammy Henry, our zoning administrator.
This property is owned by Rodriguez Family Trust, Living Trust, and is located 1.33 miles west of the city of Durango along Paradise Valley Trail, with a total of 7.605 acres surveyed. The property is zoned R1 Rural Residential and C1 Conservancy. The purpose of this plat is to correct property lines for sale purposes. The survey creates 3 lots. Lot 1 is a total of 1.522 acres surveyed with a home and outbuildings, and it will be sold. Lot 2 is a total of 2.45 acres surveyed with a home, and that has been used as a bed and breakfast, and it will be sold. Lot 3 is a total of 3.633 acres surveyed, and it will be sold. Lot 1 and Lot 2 and Lot 3 will use an existing 66-foot wide access easement off of Paradise Valley Trail. There were no additions or corrections required for this plat. There are no liens or mortgages on this property, and all the signatures are current. This plat has been reviewed by myself as the plat's officer, and as all the required signatures, I respectfully recommend approval. So I know, hey, John, could you put up the actual plat itself? I see the aerial. So what's going on here is, if you're looking at that arrow, you could see that the property lines were kind of going over some of the other home sites. So what the Rodriguezes are doing here is they're correcting the property lines so they have 3 separate saleable properties, which they've always been 3 parcels out there. What they've just done is correct them so the current uses. So Lot 1 already had extended further down into Lot 3. And Lot 2 needed the line to be adjusted so that it was correcting a side where a garage was sitting. So they've really just done some lot line adjustments here in a residential area. And I know that Mrs. Rodriguez is on waiting to speak if you need to speak with her.
Linda, do you have anything you'd like to add? Okay.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. All right, any questions for Tammy?
This is Supervisor McDonough. I am confused. Earlier, Linda said the title should be Paradise Valley Trail and not Paradise Valley Place. What is it?
It's Paradise Valley Place. You can see that on the plat. I think that she was referring maybe to the road. Am I correct in that, Linda?
Yes, that's correct.
So it is Paradise Valley Place. That is the name of the plat.
Okay, that matters, obviously, to keep it all clean.
Yes, it does.
Okay, any other discussion, questions?
Question for Tammy. And so the plan of the plat right now and for the properties is that they would all share the same access.
Yeah,
as
they
the
do.
roadway going in.
Yes, and they do. They currently do, and they will continue to.
Okay, even if they would be 3 different landowners, they would potentially sign those agreements to have that same access.
Yes, it's on there. It's on the plat, and so that would go on. Anytime anybody does an abstract, it'll show that.
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay.
I will make a motion to approve the plat as presented.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve the resolution approving the final plat, Paradise Valley Place. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. It is approved. All right, we'll move next to item 6B, which is a resolution approving final plat, Seegert Homestead. And again, we'll go to Tammy Henry for her presentation.
Okay. This property is owned by Gerald and Judith Seegert and is located adjacent to the city of Dubuque along English Mill Road with a total of 38.95 acres surveyed. The property is zoned R2 single family residential and A1 agricultural with an approved zoning case number 0612 of 20 to rezone 0.86 acres to R2 Single Family Residential. The purpose of this plat is to separate the current home and a couple of the farm buildings to sell to their son. The survey creates 2 lots. Lot 1 is a total of 37.43 acres surveyed with the farm buildings, and it will remain in current ownership and agricultural use. Lot 2 is a total of 1.52 acres surveyed with a home and the farm buildings, and it will be sold to their son. Lot 1 and Lot 2 will use an existing residential entrance off of English Mill Road. There were no additions or corrections required for this plat, and there are no liens or mortgages on this property. All the signatures are current. This plat has been reviewed by myself as Plat's officer and has all the required signatures. I respectfully recommend approval. So as you can see, what's happened is he's basically taking Lot 2 and separating it. And if you can see on the survey line, you'll kind of see that straight line with the little, right above where it says area of Lot 1. The portion above that, where that Lot 1 larger section is, that is already sitting in the city. And this smaller section where I'll call it to the south, that section of where it says area of Lot 1 in Dubuque County, that's the section that's still in the county. So they're going to take out a portion of this lot. And if you go to Lot 2 and you look down into the to the south, you'll see where the lot line goes across Lot 2. That portion is already of this lot zoned residential. Now the whole thing is zoned residential because you've approved it. Now what we're doing is just cutting that piece out of that residential for that residential use. And I do know that Steve Siegert is on if he needs to or wants to speak.
Okay, Mr. Siegert, do you wish to comment?
I don't have anything to add.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments regarding the final plat, Siegert Homestead? Hearing none, motion would be in order to approve the resolution.
I will make a motion to approve the resolution as presented.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, carried 3-0. It is approved. Thank you, Tammy.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, item 7 on the agenda, action items. The board may approve, deny, or table any action item. Item 7A, resolution, appointment of deputies, assistants, and clerks. John Sherman, any input on the resolution?
These are just to fill some open vacancies and to hire a PRN, which is someone who is on a temporary flexible schedule basis. So they do not have set hours, but they are a valuable part of the team up there. So I recommend approval for both of these.
Make a motion to approve the resolution.
And I will second that.
Motion made and seconded to approve the resolution, 7A. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. All right, item 7B, resolution, approve no parking zone on Dyersville East Road. Go to Anthony Bargett for the background on this.
Okay, the city of Dyersville has approached us about creating a no parking zone area on both sides of the road there on Dyersville East Road from it'd be south of Lansing Road to east of Pate Road. Let me get my note here. So it'd be from 2,300 feet south of Lansing Road to approximately 500 feet east of Pape Road. The city has requested this, and they have offered to install and maintain the no parking zone signs. The primary reason is to prevent people from parking along the road to try to watch the MLB game or anything else that's happening at the Field of Greens. Is John Wansnyder still on here if he wants to make a comment?
Is he still on?
He is. He's muted.
Okay, there we go. Yes, obviously we're concerned about the safety along this road, and you know, during the events that we've had at Field of Dreams, we've had people parking along there in the past, and there are actually some signs posted, but they're not really within compliance, and they're difficult to enforce. And so this would be an effort to you know, create a no parking zone and sign it appropriately so that we can enforce it. So yeah, we just respectfully request that we're able to do that.
You know, you were here last week, and the city administrator McMickle was with you as well for part of that presentation. And I did see that it again is featured front page of the Dyersville Commercial. So I thank you for making sure that that word gets out and was out in the community.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, is there any additional discussion or other questions regarding the no parking zone on Dyersville East Road?
Mr. Mesher has his hand raised.
All right, Mr. Mesher, if you'd like to speak.
Yes, sir. I guess I'll be here all night. So, are there any county roads outside of any city limits that you can park along?
You can technically park for up to 24 hours, as I understand it, along the road. After 24 hours is when I think law enforcement has a right to tow you or get rid or move your vehicle. I don't know if Sheriff Kennedy's on this call or not. He could speak to that a little better than I can. But so if you don't have it signed, you can park. You know, you can park there for a few hours and watch the game if you wanted to.
Okay, but can you park on the traveled portion of the road?
No.
Okay, there's not enough place to park then unless you're in the ditch. So my point is, there's already a law that says you can't park on a traveled portion of the road. Why do we need no parking signs? What we need, I guess, and this kind of goes back to the speed limit thing, what are we doing about enforcement? I mean, people are going to park on the road just because there's no sign there. You know, who's going to come along and write them a ticket? Now, if the city of Dyersville is requesting this, you know, they conveniently annexed and rezoned some property without having a way to get to it, without going through your road. And now it's all of a sudden it's falling on you people to enforce it?
I believe the city is planning on enforcing, but John can speak to that a little bit better than myself.
Yes, the city's planning on enforcing that section.
Do they have that authority?
And Mr. Mesher, I can speak to that. This is Supervisor Baker. It's very common for the firefighters and law enforcement to provide mutual aid. And in this case, we did have a previous meeting in which Chief Schroeder and Sheriff Kennedy were on the call. And I think there was discussion about Dyersville Police Department providing mutual aid during that time because the Sheriff's Department, you know, can be anywhere throughout the county at any given time. So that's a good point, but it was discussed. And then the point about the parking in the ditch, that is what the concern was, that somebody with a four-wheel drive might decide to park in the ditch, and we wanted to avoid that and avoid any potential safety issues in that area.
Okay, so what you're referring to is a 2080 agreement with the city.
No, it's not a 2080 agreement. It's very common. For example, if there's a fire, you'll hear it on the news. Dyersville was assisted by the New Vienna, Luxembourg Fire Department. They don't sign a 2080 agreement. They just provide mutual aid. And then at our Dubuque County Firefighter Association meetings every other month, they list the mutual aid that they've given, and they thank the other departments for their, for their help. So it's not an official 2080 agreement, but it's just the way they operate, because even Dubuque requires mutual aid occasionally and provides it as well.
Chair Baker, this is Sheriff Kennedy. Yeah. Hey, just to address the issue that was brought up about the parking. So it's not standard practice for the city of Dyersville to go out and enforce parking in the county. However, generally the only difference would be if they chose to do that, instead of writing people citations under city ordinance, they would have to write it under state code. And we do have a 28E agreement with Dyersville Police Department, and a mutual aid agreement with them. So, they can, it's not their normal practice to do that. And the only thing that the state law says anybody that's a peace officer in the state of Iowa can enforce law in any part of the state of Iowa. So even me as a Dubuque County Sheriff, if I'm out in Woodbury County on the west edge of the state and I see a violation, technically I can use my law enforcement powers in the state of Iowa and I can make the arrest. I can do whatever I need to do. The only difference is I have to file all my paperwork through their court system. It's not common practice, and the state law says that, it can't be your quote unquote normal routine patrol. The Dyersville Police Department can't be expected to be out there, 24/7 monitoring that area, but they can on occasion go out there as certified peace officers in the state of Iowa and enforce that law, and as long as they do it under the state code.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff Kennedy. Any questions? Any questions for Sheriff Kennedy? Any other questions?
I guess I just got one more that, back to enforcement, if City of Dyers was requesting these signs in this resolution, and they're not required to be the ones enforcing it, and we got the speed limit, who is going to enforce this? Otherwise we're just wasting our time here. I've seen in the 14 years I've lived, 14 years I've lived out there, I've seen 2 sheriff's deputy cars come down that road. So, we can write all the laws and things we want, but where's the teeth?
Well, and I guess, that's up to our department to monitor traffic in that area on a regular basis. If you haven't seen us out there, it doesn't mean that we're not there. Just maybe you're not watching at the right time or whatever. Because we make it a practice to be at all parts of the county at some point during the day. But it's a lot of area to cover when you're talking the limited manpower that we have. So, we will be out there. We will be out there to enforce it at times, but it's not going to be a situation where we're going to be out there 24 hours a day just sitting there waiting for speeding or parking complaints.
And I might be able to help with this, Mr. Mesher. We have, in certain areas of the county, and a lot of times this happens after we make improvements on a road, and I can give you several road examples, Old Davenport Road, St. Catherine's Road, and others, Bolin Road, where we made improvements on the road, and then the next complaint is speeding. And my experience in working with Sheriff Kennedy is they're very willing, when that happens, when they get concerns, that they're very willing to send extra monitoring out to that area. Sometimes, in the case of St. Catherine's, they added a speed shield. And none of these things are foolproof, but, you know, sometimes it does help, and it gets people's attention. And, you know, so I will say that Sheriff Kennedy and his staff have been very responsive when you know, particular concerns are made. Okay, any other questions?
Well, just simply to state, it's obvious this is being done because Major League Baseball will be there and that there's increased traffic, and that we hope that that will be sustained. It's the right thing to do to be prepared for the crowds that routinely come to the Field of Dreams. And you know that yourself, there are days, certainly when I'm in midweek there, maybe with folks from out of town, there's no issue of parking or not parking along that road. But when we have crowd-filled events, it will certainly help traffic move better if we don't allow parking on the road. And that is those are the days I think we'll be more likely to find enforcement out making sure that cars are not parking.
Okay. Other questions or comments? All right.
Well, maybe
we have
one last one is what's the status of parking and signage on Lansing Road?
So we discussed that internally. You'll have a resolution coming up, I believe, next that Lansing Road is actually going to be closed to through traffic for, you know, the MLB event. So we didn't feel that there was a need to establish a no parking zone along that road. But that's something that can be reconsidered later on if, you know, this becomes an issue there too.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Not, we've got resolution to approve no parking zone on Dyersville East Road.
Make a motion to approve the resolution approving no parking zone on Dyersville East Road.
And I will second that as well.
Okay, motion made and seconded to approve the no parking zone on Dyersville East Road. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. Okay, next up, resolution under 7C to approve the temporary delayed travel restrictions of county roads on August 5th, 2020 for the 2020 WMT Tractorcade Ride.
Make a motion to approve the resolution.
And I will second that.
Motion made and seconded to approve the resolution. Is there any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, carried 3-0. Item 7D, resolution to approve the temporary delayed travel restrictions on county roads on August 12, 2020 to August 15, 2020 for the Major League Baseball 2020 Field of Dreams event.
Hey, Chair Baker, this is Sheriff Kennedy.
Yes, go ahead, Chair.
This was something that we had requested. We had a meeting with Major League Baseball last Wednesday, and this was something that they they had wished for, just to help them with their setup and keep traffic to a minimum while they're pulling large vehicles and things in and out of that driveway and on the road. I think we opened it up, or we said it was going to open up at midnight on the 15th. Reason being, the rain date for the baseball game is the 14th, and they didn't feel that they were going to need to have that closure any longer than midnight of the night of whatever night the game ended up taking place.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff Kennedy. Any questions for Sheriff Kennedy or comments about the proposed resolution?
Mr. Messer has his hand raised. Does the chair wish to have him participate?
Yes, of course. Go ahead, Mr. Messer.
Okay, I guess for Mr. Kennedy, being in law enforcement, how many people are supposed to be at this game?
As far as this year is concerned, it's going to be the players, obviously the staff for the teams, the media crews, and I believe there are only going to be, as far as fans, there's only going to be around 50 people who are basically Major League Baseball executives and VIPs or people that are important to Major League Baseball. So it's a very limited number of fans this year. But I would anticipate next year, if things get straightened out with all these COVID issues, I believe that they are expecting between 8,000 and 8,500 fans at the game itself, in addition to up to 5 times that many people just in the area, just to be present for the event.
Okay, so it doesn't sound to me like this year road closure is even necessary. Next year, of course, everything we've heard about this being a temporary stadium was bunked from the beginning, as we all knew. But is this going to be an annual road closure or a several times a year road closure? Because I know the last one was a nightmare.
Okay.
And maybe one of your deputies got back to you, but he got an ass chewing. Because I almost got in an accident because all the traffic backed up on Dyersley East Road. And it's nothing to close Lansing Road if you're piling them up on Dyersley East Road. You got to keep it moving.
Well, as far as this year is concerned, this is what they have requested. And I would anticipate that as long as they continue to have games of this nature, that will be the arrangement going forward. It's really difficult for me to say what they're going to want for next year, given that we haven't even been through this year yet. So, I would say for this year, this is going to be the traffic disruption. And I would assume that it's going to be at least this much in any following year after this. It's my understanding that there's already been a contract signed, or there's already a contract, I guess, in the works for another game next year. And after that, unfortunately, I'm not privileged to that information. So I don't know how long they plan on doing this. If this is going to be an annual event forever, or if it's going to be a 2 or 3 year thing. So unfortunately, we were kind of thrust into this just like everybody else. And we have to make the best of the situation, just like everybody else. It's really out of our hands at this point.
All right, where's Major League Baseball from? They're not in Dubuque County, are they?
I'm not sure where their headquarters are.
All right.
No, I'm not done.
Listen, this is not a public hearing. And actually, as chair, I like to allow people to speak, but I think we're getting off topic here. So we're going to go back. The resolution, this part of the agenda, we had our public hearings previously. This part of the agenda is not necessarily allow for public hearing, although I like to be inclusive as chair, but we're not getting into an argument or debate. These resolutions have gone through a vetting process, and so we're going to move forward. Are there any other questions or comments from the supervisors regarding the resolution?
Well, I have just a comment I'll probably make, might not be a question. Well, one, I did have the same exact question as you did, Mr. Messer, about a week or two ago. I said, what's the attendance anticipated? And at least from my understanding officially from Major League Baseball, they haven't really commented on that, although they've made general comments about, all Major League events at this point do not have fans. And so that was my same question that you had. Most likely if there's no fans, the need or strong need for traffic control and that is diminished. And so I think the next logical point that I have is why are we doing it? And I think the answer to that, at least my answer would be, is to basically accommodate Major League Baseball's request. And so there's no hiding that from my vantage point. They're asking us, hey, this is what we want. We're going to have a game in your county, and would you do that? And at this point, I'm leaning towards supporting that, just because I believe the benefits outweigh the negatives of closing a public road. But I too had the same question as you had related to attendance and overall traffic issues, and we had that discussion in our last work session about a week or so ago.
Yeah, I'm going to comment as well. We have, and we just had the WMT Tractorcade ride, and they've asked for temporary delayed travel restrictions on certain county roads. It doesn't mean that there's going to be problems or traffic jams. It just means they're notifying us so that our sheriff's department is aware of it, and perhaps the firefighters are aware of it. So it may fall under more routine. This is not uncommon to have an organization request to have a temporary change for delayed travel restrictions. We get it from bicycle groups and other groups as well. So, all right, any other comments, discussion on the resolution?
I do not have any.
Okay, then a motion would be in order on the resolution.
I will make a motion to approve the resolution as presented.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve the resolution. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. All right, next up, 7E, resolution to approve plans and specifications for the bridge replacement project on Simon Road, project BROS-SWAP-CO31106-FE-31. Anthony, any comments or background on this?
Sure, yes. This is for a bridge replacement on Simon Road, right off of Highway 151. We're going to be replacing this load embargo bridge with a 201-foot 4-inch by 30-foot concrete beam bridge, and this is one of our federal aid swap bridge projects, which will be constructed next year. The letting date on this would be November 17th, 2020. And 100% of the funding would be supported by the SWAP program.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments for Anthony?
Make a motion to approve the resolution approving the plans and specifications for bridge replacement.
And I will second that.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. Next up, 7F, a resolution approving the contract with Resources Unite for providing administration of the county's general assistance program. Dawn, are you handling this? And Josh Jasper should be unmuted.
Thank you, Chair Baker. I did work with Mr. Jasper of doing some edits to this. We also worked with our budget director in our county auditor's office. We specifically were looking to ensure how we fund the program. And our recommendation is to do it in two allocations, on a July 1st and a January 1st. We also had discussions on what to do with fund balances at the end of the fiscal year, and it was the recommendation of the auditor's office that we just close it out. Whatever the fund balance is as of June 30th, Resources Unite will just refund the county that, and it'll go into our general basic fund. And that's very similar how it is for any of our internal departments as well. So we're recommending a one-year agreement at this time, since this is a new relationship. This will be a full year. The administration fee has not increased. This is the same administration fee. And our county attorney has reviewed this. His one recommendation was to add the budget with the document in which we have done that.
Okay. And do we have questions on this? And is Budget Director Rundy in the meeting? I'd like to hear from her as well.
Hi, everybody. I'm here.
Hi. So just any comments on the Resources Unite General Assistance changes?
Dawn did a very nice job explaining kind of what we were looking at. We did want to treat it similarly to how we would treat an internal department with the fund balance, and also look at how we could split the funding up a little bit. It aligns a little bit better with the way we receive property taxes, or funding, to fund it 2 times over the year instead of all at once. And then we can also see as the year progresses how we are tracking to budget, and if there's adjustments that are needed throughout the year.
Okay, thank you. All right, any questions for Dawn Sherman or Stella Rundy?
I have a question or two. When we
Go ahead.
approve Resources Unite to be the provider for general assistance, I felt it was understood that we were going to go out for RFP to ask others to also be able to offer proposals. Certainly, I take ownership that I did not do anything to make that happen. With COVID, the dates just go by. I'd like to be certain that administration has happened during the month of July. We're here at the very end of July, executing a document. We expect to go back to July 1st. Citizens have approached me and asked if there isn't still opportunity to take this out for proposal at this time. I've asked Stella, I think you and I had that conversation about what that might mean for delay if we go out for a proposal at this time. Is there harm in doing that?
I think as it's already 1 month into our fiscal year, it gets trickier. And of course, we want our general assistance program to continue to run, and to run effectively and efficiently, especially during these uncertain COVID times. If the board did choose to want to put this back out, we will happily do that at your request.
But I guess the question I need to know, Stella, is how does that happen? The county doesn't have any system, as I've come to find, where nothing routinely comes up. There's not a tickler system. There's not a reminder system. This becomes something that we have to catch in time to have enough advance time to work on this. How will we administratively be prepared to take this forward next summer for a proposal? How does that work?
I've put reminders on my calendar. We don't have a formal tickler system at the county. I use Outlook as my tickler. So I've added that for next year, next spring.
So this is Dawn. If that is the consensus or the majority of that, this is just professional services. So we would go out, draft up a scope of services, send that out for RFP. That goes out on our website, and then we would also compile a list of potential vendors that maybe have shown interest in the past or we believe provide similar services, and we would make sure that that RFP gets into their hands for possible response as well. So that would normally take probably 2 months by the time we have everything approved, and then allow some time for the potential vendors to respond and to score them and then bring that back to you. So we could do that in the springtime with this being a June 30th expiration date.
So really right after we complete the budget is when we would want to take this up.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
My thoughts on this are, I think that, I don't think it's even been a year yet since we made this change. So I think giving them, and of course, in March, in April, we weren't thinking about RFPs. We were thinking about life and death situations involving the coronavirus. But I would be willing to at least listen to a potential for an RFP process. But I would want Resources Unite to have a fair shake here with, we're in a pandemic, and I think they've performed very well during this COVID-19 period. But I would be willing to at least consider that and talk about that at the appropriate time. And I was going to ask Stella Rundy how this would tie in with the budget. I think Supervisor McDonough already asked that question, and I think he answered it, that the budget would be set, and then we'd go out with the RFP with that budget would have to be in place then, I would assume.
I would agree that we would set the budget during budget time, regardless of who's administering the program. We would set that budget internally as to what we would like our general assistance program to look like.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
I guess my question was, I was not clear exactly on my colleague's intent, whether they wanted to take this out to bid or approve the resolution.
I was prepared
I'm suggesting that we approve the resolution.
I was making the motion to approve the resolution.
Okay.
We need to have
Go ahead,
the service in
Supervisor.
place. We need to be providing this critical service to our citizens at this time. And I don't take issue with the way that Resources United has performed for all community members. Others want to have time to participate, and it didn't happen this year, and we'll look forward to next year. I'll make a motion to approve the resolution approving the contract with Resources Unite.
I'll second that with discussion, please.
Okay, motion made and seconded, open for discussion.
Yeah, I'll comment first, if I may. I think when we originally had proposed this, at least my two goals were, one, to get Veterans Affairs 100% dedicated to veterans, and then two, just improve our processes and get to a group or organization like Resource Unite, working with those that are most needed in our community. And from my vantage point over the last little less than a year, both of those have been accomplished, and I've heard generally positive feedback from both those objectives. So I'm pretty pleased. There has been a lot of talk, and I know we were beat up pretty good in the press and stuff about this no bid contract. And so if either my colleagues are confident that we'd get somebody to respond to a bid, I'm open to it, and I would be interested in, maybe we can do both. We could award Resources Unite a 3-month contract. The math breaks down to $7,500, so $2,500 a month, and that'd give us time to go out to bid. I don't want to do that just on a formality if we don't think there really is any person or group that really wants to head this up. But I said in the past that I was open to that, and I think this first year we needed to get off the ground with what we have. But that might be a way to be able to do both. One, get the public's interest, and then two, still keep the program moving forward.
I think my opinion, Supervisor Wickham, is we do that after we set the budget in the for the next fiscal year and discuss going out, whether or not to go out for RFP and find out if there's interest. Right now, I'm not really interested in changing during this pandemic with COVID-19 cases on the rise. I don't know where we'll be in the spring, but I said I would consider it at that time. Supervisor McDonough, you were going to make a motion? We have a motion, second. Thank you for the reminder. All right, any other discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Carried 3-0. The resolution is passed. Okay, next up, 7G, resolution, mortgage release, CDBG, Lowe's Holdings, LLC.
Motion to approve the resolution.
And I will second that.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. Item 8 on the agenda, communications. Correspondence that the board will receive and file without taking action. We have a resignation from the Board of Health. Todd Lang, I'd like to thank Todd for his service. Make sure we send a letter out to Todd for his valuable service on the Board of Health. We have item B, letters from the City of Dubuque regarding voluntary annexations. We have item C, proof of publication, amendment to zoning Paisley, and proof of publication, amendment to zoning Seegert. And then item 8D, manure management plan, Gary Wessels, number 58865. I think one motion to receive and file could cover those.
Motion to receive and file.
And I will second that.
Okay. Motion made and seconded to receive and file. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. Appointments. We have the Zoning Board of Adjustment. Item 9A1, Zoning Board of Adjustment. Don Sherman covering that. Tammy Henry on? Don, are you covering the zoning board of adjustment? Zoning board of adjustment?
Maybe we can put the application on the screen. It would be helpful. It's in our packet, the applicants in all 4 of these areas.
I did visit with Mr. Klein, and I would make a motion to approve his appointment to the zoning board of adjustment.
Okay.
And I will second that.
Application for David Francis Klein. Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. We have the eminent domain commission. And we have the application of Carol Rudin.
I understand this to be a reappointment, that her term expired. I visited with Ms. Rudin, and I would make an application, or I would make a motion to approve the application of Carol Rudin to the eminent domain board.
And I will second that.
Motion made and seconded to approve the application of Carol Rudin. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carried 3-0. We have item A3, Board of Health. We have the application of Katie Jones. And we also have the application of Corey Young. We do have, if we are going to make these appointments, I request that these be effective August 1st, so as not to cause quorum problems for their Wednesday night meeting this week, because increasing the size of the board officially, and then if we have notification time, Chair Beshen was worried about not having a quorum and making it more difficult to achieve a quorum. So if the motion could be that we appoint them, if we are going to make the appointment effective August 1st.
Well, I think the discussion should go to whether or not we are going to appoint them. I've already indicated my support. I think it was 2, maybe 3 weeks ago. And we had some discussion about deciding if we understood what our expectations were. So those are issues raised by my colleagues. Do we have those issues behind us? Do my colleagues feel that we're ready to appoint these individuals to the board?
I'll add another issue. I believe the chair of the Board of the Health was also questioning whether we should increase the board size due to not the personnel and the people, but the quorum issue. That's my memory of that discussion as well. And one of the components I had is potentially get a Board of Supervisors on there. That didn't seem to go over real well. At least I didn't hear any verbal or written support for it. But obviously quorum issues have been an issue at the Board of Health. And so it's going to be hard for them to act if they can't reach a quorum. And so that seems to be an additional question. I think also related to training and education and expectations, that would probably be an ongoing component. I know we had an individual from, I think, the state of Iowa related to Board of Health training and onboarding, and spoke a little bit to us related to that, but I don't know if that's the end all for knowledge related to how our Board of Health functions and kind of the difficult and awkward Robert's Rules of Order and stuff like that, and budgeting expectations. But maybe to break those down, I mean, I don't know if anyone else had that same impression, or at least remember the comment about adding to the board related to quorum issues. I'd love citizen participation. I think it's important, but you know, the expectations of Board of Health meeting weekly and sometimes multiple times a week is very difficult for volunteers.
I believe Supervisor McDonough, as long as you asked, I have had discussion and done some background on the two candidates, and have found that they're excellent candidates, and would be supporting tonight, be supporting their appointment. And then I think we can discuss how we fill the third open seat, which we weren't aware of at the time of our last discussion. So I would leave that open for discussion on filling that, keeping an open mind on whether or not a member of the Board of Supervisors would help by serving on the Board of Health, as has, you know, is allowed apparently. But I think that's a different discussion for a different meeting. So I think we have two qualified candidates before us today.
Make a motion to approve the application for Dubuque County Board of Health of Corey Young and Katie Jones.
And I will second that.
And I'm, as chair, then I'm going to ask if you would, per the Board of Health Chair's request, make those effective August 1st, and then we'll proceed with the notification process so that they don't hinder their quorum for this coming Wednesday.
It's fine. Effective August 1st.
Okay, thank you.
And I will
Supervisor
second that as well.
Wickham, thank you. All right. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by...
Just to greatly appreciate them moving forward with their nominations and volunteering to help us in such a crucial time. And so my tabling of this 2 weeks ago has nothing to do with the candidates and more with doing with the process to try to make this an improved process for all.
Okay. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried, 3-0. The appointments are approved. Now we have item A4, Zoning Commission. I believe we have one opening and two applicants, and it's this position can be either it's gender neutral, doesn't matter.
Don't we have two openings and two applicants?
No, we have one opening and two applicants, but it doesn't, in this case, it can be either male or female.
I'm confused. We had a person on the zoning board unfortunately pass away, Leo Ganson. And did we not also have a member of the zoning board who can no longer serve because of the requirement that they must serve from an unincorporated area?
But yes, but in doing so, when they changed the law, they reduced the size of the board from 7 to 5.
I believe this is Tammy Henry. That is correct. The board size changed from 7 to 5. So we are only needing to fill one position. We actually would have been out 3 positions because of, Leo had passed away, and then they had taken away Mary Klosterman and John Goodman because they were not living in the county, they lived in a city. So with that being said, we do need only one position filled in the zoning board now.
Tammy, did you communicate that to these two individuals? They are both excellent candidates and both ready to go and willing to work.
Yeah, I agree with that, Ann, but we only need one position at this time.
When did we go from 7 to 5?
That happened when they made the change a month ago, Jay, so that we lost from 7 to 5 with that change that the governor made.
And so that was a state change related to
Yes.
both the makeup and then also the number? Or did we
Yes.
individually improve that?
No, that was a state change.
Is that one of the things that we keep getting confusing on our list of how many openings we have?
Yeah, it was under House File 2512.
I visited with both of these folks and told them they would complete our board. It was listed on a listing, I think, from our staff people.
It would have been done, Jay, Supervisor, it would have been done June 1st.
And so it's state law that all the zoning boards have to be or must be 5 people?
Yes, it's changed, yes. And there's been a throughout the state, this really hurt a lot of different counties because some counties are in the situation right now where they're currently not even able to hold meetings because they do not have applicants or people to hold a quorum.
Yeah, but we're also having difficulty getting the right amount of vacancies posted so people know what they're applying for. So Dawn sent an updated current vacancies list. She sent that this afternoon. Let's see what this says this time. One zoning board vacancy. One zoning board of adjustment.
And we filled the zoning board of adjustment board.
Last week and this
So
week.
we have 2 applicants for the zoning board or zoning commission, which is one and the same. And we have Ms. Sherman and Mr. Breitbach.
I'm going to make a motion to approve the application of Kathleen Sherman.
I was hoping to get a little more discussion still, so I won't second that at this moment.
Chair Baker.
And would you withdraw?
If I may, this is Tammy. Both of these applicants I've spoken with, they both realized that, there was one opening. Again, it could be a male or a female. And, I think they would both be wonderful candidates. I think they would both do a wonderful job for our board. The only thing that our department would, if we could have any input on this, which it is not our decision in the end, is that we do not currently have any zoning board members representing the Farley, Dyersville, Epworth, that area. We did have Leo Ganson, who had passed away, and we had Mary Klosterman. Now our representation is going more north and south, but we don't have any representation from the west. That would be where Kathleen would come from that
Farley.
area for us.
Correct. She's from outside Farley.
Okay, thank you for that comment. There are those who almost annually
Chair,
bring up.
just maybe a process. Was the motion seconded, or is it alive? Where is it at? There were two.
It was not seconded. I was, when you asked about discussion, I was going to ask Supervisor McDonough to hold off on her motion until we could have the discussion that you were seeking. And then our zoning administrator made some good comments about the status of the board. So, Ann, would you hold off on your motion until we can have the discussion, or do you want to proceed?
I think I should proceed. You know more enough about this candidate. Someone can second. Can have further discussion if you'd like.
Okay, the nomination was made for Ms. Sherman to approve the application. It dies for lack of a second. Now we're back open for discussion.
My question is, what I'm hoping to do is maybe be able to accept both applicants. Does anyone have clarity that it is the new Iowa law from 7 to 5? That part escapes me. I know the jurisdiction and where they live and reside was definitely part of that law, but is everyone on this call confident that the law did change and say it must be 5 people?
I'm very confident, Supervisor, with that because it was, there's been very many chat boards out there throughout the county webs that we have a county COZO group, and it did take it down to 5. I'm actually looking over this rule as we're speaking, okay?
We want to know, I think, Supervisor Wickham, if it's a minimum of 5 or is the number 5, period?
Correct. That's the clarity I'm looking for because we may be able to appoint 2 really good candidates.
Yeah, and I don't know if Ed Raber is still on, but I know that Ed had looked at this as well. Ed, are you still on?
I am, Tammy. I'm looking at the code as well.
I know that's what we had been told, and I'm actually just trying to look at it as we're.
Dawn Sherman, are you with us? You just put together the updated list. Where did you get your information for updating our open boards?
Sorry, that we were given notice that it went to 5, so that's where we have it, that there's 1 vacancy there. And I'm trying to find the email from communication with CJ on it as well.
Is the county attorney on the call, the Zoom call?
As chair, I'm going to ask our zoning administrator if we don't have the answer to this. Would we be able to?
I'm sorry, Chair Baker. I have found under chapter 33, 5.11, membership of the board, it says the Board of Adjustment shall consist of 5 members. It used to have a different one for that, who are eligible electors defined within. So that's the Board of Adjustment, which we have now connected and taken care of that. And it says there for a term of 4 years or 1 term, 3 years. I'm just reading quickly, sorry. I'm not finding where the zoning board letter says they went to the 5, but I know that there's something somewhere. So if this is something that we choose to table until we get that information from Supervisor Wickham, we can do that. We have been acting, we have been working, and we still have a quorum. So Supervisor Wickham, if you want us to get into that and look into that, I'm sure that between myself and CJ and Ed, we can find if that is allowing us to add more, or if it directly just has to be the 5.
So yes, that is my question, is what is the state law?
I would recommend at this point that we table this. It sounds like 1 more week isn't going to cause any heartburn for the zoning board. And then we can have, if it's unclear in the statute, then we can have CJ May take a look at it. Entertain a motion to table.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to table the applications for the zoning board. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried. Okay, we have FYI, we have 9B open vacancies. We have in section 10 on the agenda, personnel requisitions, 10A, engineer aide 2, sign person. Anthony Bargett, any comments, or Don Sherman?
Yeah,
This
Don, do
is
you want
due to, this is due to a resignation, and so we are requesting to open this up as a promotional opportunity for our current employees.
Okay. Entertain a motion to approve the personnel requisition.
So moved.
And I will second that.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. All right, do we have any tabled or pending items? Hearing none. Public comments. At this time, anyone may address the board on matters which are of concern to that person or which are not agenda items. Please go to the podium, state your name and home address. Please be aware that the board is limited in their ability to respond to such inquiries, and Iowa Code prohibits the board from deliberating or acting on items not appearing on the agenda. So anyone have any comments about things which were not on the agenda? Don't see any, so we'll move on at this point. Mary, do you prefer that we recess this meeting and go right into we have a work session? Okay. Does anybody need to take a recess? Otherwise, we'll roll into the COVID related issues work session. Okay. We have a work session to discuss COVID-related issues. First up is Sunnycrest Administrator Update, Chris Kirsch.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Chris.
Good evening.
So today at Sunnycrest, we had 7 residents in our level 1 isolation. We have 0 residents in level 2 or level 3. On Thursday, July 23rd, we were notified that one of our employees tested positive for COVID. This person last worked in our facility on Monday, actually called in sick to work on Tuesday. A family member of this person had tested positive. So Thursday night, we had 20 test kits in-house. So we immediately started testing residents in that distinct unit. And then on Friday, a shout out to our Sheriff Kennedy for accessing test kits from the State Hygienic Lab for us because there were no couriers available on Friday. We got all of our residents tested. We tested staff, and then we had 2 clinics on Saturday. And as I was waiting to speak to all of you, I got an email from the State Hygienic Lab for my last set of test results. So all 83 tests are in and all are negative. Woohoo!
Yay!
Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
Yes,
Very good news.
at 6:41 p.m. was the last set of test results from the State Hygienic Lab. So another tidbit from the Iowa Department of Public Health, many of you may have learned that at the national level, nursing homes were going to be given the quick test machines, and the first delivery of those was done last week. However, not one nursing home in the state of Iowa received those kits. So hopefully in the near future,
some of us will be receiving those unique testing kits, so we can test and we don't have to depend on couriers and our sheriff to go down to the state hygienic lab to get us test kits. But otherwise, we're good.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions for Chris Hirsch?
Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
Okay. Move on to the next item on the agenda. Emergency management team update. Tom Berger. Tom is not on apparently. Okay. We have, next item then would be testing update. I think Ed Raber could handle that, or will be handling that.
Hi, this is Ed Raber. Thank you, Chairperson Baker. So this has obviously been a very interesting last week, 7 days. So the state, in their relationship with their Test Iowa Clinic partner, Epic Health and Wellness, had put a constraint on a temporary basis on testing levels, and they are in the process of working through some scheduling issues and using that as a standard way to schedule clients. And I think those continue to be ongoing. I've reached out but haven't been able to have a conversation with any of the local providers about that. The state has had conversations locally with incident management team, with our local legislators, and I've gotten some updates on those conversations. It looks like the state is looking to figure out how to scale back up and potentially beyond access to the Test Iowa program through the use of Test Iowa clinics here. And I don't have any news about the governor would announce any news if there's been any additional changes regarding that, but that is a possibility this week. We'll just have to wait and see. But I'm trying to monitor that with our incident management team and other partners. The only other thing that I would say is that we continue to look for opportunities to gain understanding and to work with local medical providers as they continue to experience increases in the requests for testing and actually in the amount of testing that they are doing right now. We've had a outreach to us from a local company, Union Pharmacy. They have, for a number of weeks, have been doing small scale, some testing with a partner that's free to the public, and they have to take an assessment. It's different than this Test Iowa assessment, but they've been working on that for a few weeks. They've reached out to us. I met with them. I think the incident management team has had some contact with them. They're looking to slightly increase the amount of testing they're able to do in their location on Central Avenue in just north of downtown Dubuque. I've met with them. They've had some requests about reserved parking, and I've referred them to the city, and I think the city engineering department is engaging with them, as well as connected with Tom Berger about some face shields. They are in the process of delivering them. That's what Tom Berger had indicated to me over the weekend. So there are a number of different ways that this is being approached. We don't have as much information today as I hope to have tomorrow or Wednesday about the status of that in Test Iowa clinics here in Dubuque County. Does anyone have any questions?
Ed, I have a question. I have been approached by some citizens, and I have noticed this as well. It sounds like the state is indicating that they had quality issues with regard to Epic Health and Wellness Clinic, and people were surprised to hear this. I'm surprised to hear it. They were, Kelly McMahon and her staff were doing hundreds and hundreds of tests a day, and thinking outside the box, satellite locations in Epworth. And keep in mind, this was not just a Dubuque County, it was a Test Iowa site. They had a location in Jackson County. They worked out of Crescent Community Health Center. And I think in general, they were trying to go to the best of their ability where the need was. And it almost seems like they're getting criticized for that. And the people that talked to me weren't very happy about it. So I don't know if you care to comment. I know you delivered the night of the Epworth testing. You ran those tests down to the state hygienic lab yourself, and certainly we appreciated you doing that. And I'm sure all the people who got tested were appreciative of that.
I don't know if you have any. I worked the least hard that afternoon. I was the most fit to do that later in the evening. Everyone else worked much harder than I did. Regarding those, you know, I've heard some of that in conversations that the state has had. I don't think this is a time to. I'm not prepared to really comment on the state's allegations. I would say that the times that Epic Health and Wellness used its resources to do some, as you called it, innovative testing was usually at the request of some other entity. I think in Epworth, the incident management team helped line that up after there had been an outbreak there, and some things like that. They usually were just a response on their part. I think it's also worth noting that Epic is probably operated out of a small footprint, operated probably the most, the busiest testing location in the state of Iowa, at least on most days. And they, I think the state was really just saying, they're doing a lot of testing. We need to kind of slow down and look at the process. I certainly have appreciated the opportunity to work with Epic Health and Wellness on their journey through this, as well as with the state of Iowa. I think the state wants to move forward on some stuff. They just hit a pause button here, and hopefully we'll be able to reset that and move forward. This is one of the largest counties in the state not to have a Test Iowa site, which is maintained by the state and staffed by the state. So sometimes it's not surprising that a private company working under the same mission may have been able to be do more testing to meet the local demand. They certainly were not creating the demand; they were responding to the demand. And so for that, I have appreciated the work that they've done here.
Okay, thank you, Ed. Any other questions or comments on testing?
I have one. I think, you know, one of the things that this last week or so has reinforced in my mind is that we need to establish a local Dubuque County, most likely through the Board of Health, testing system. So supplementary testing. I don't think we're going to replace TestI. We're certainly going to replace all the private medical providers currently that are providing testing. But to supplement that effort, I was very pleased that the Board of Health did appropriate some funds, I believe $150,000 for additional testing that we could at least start with. But really just getting the process down that we can have testing that's within our own control. And I think the public has clearly indicated that the need and the demand is there, and I think it's our obligation to meet it. So hopefully the Board of Health can have some of that discussion. I know they have testing on their agenda on Wednesday, and be happy to be part of those discussions.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Wickham. All right, there's nothing else on the testing update. We'll go to item 4, which is the Board of Health update. This is where I turn the gavel virtually over to Chair Tom Beschen of the Dubuque County Board of Health.
Chair Baker, there's no need to turn over a gavel because I don't have any update. As you know, we were not able to field a quorum last week. We have published our agenda, and you're exactly right. Testing is on the agenda for this Wednesday, as is mask advertising and some discussion regarding equity committee. So that will be our discussion on Wednesday evening. Also be looking forward to an update on testing again. So beyond that, I don't have anything to share.
Thank you, Chair Beschen.
If I might, I have a question for you, Tom. At Wednesday night's meeting, how would you like supervisors in attendance to participate?
As a member of the public.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is discussion, item number 5, discussion and motion to approve Board of Health recommendations that all attendees of county activities and Dubuque County property be required to wear a face mask. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's, before we do that, let's backtrack. I'm going to go back to emergency management team. I did hear from Tom Berger, and he does not have an update for tonight, and he has another conflicting meeting that started at 7:30. So we'll go to Patrice Lambert for her update at this point.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. I would just like to start with just to give you today's update with our numbers in Dubuque County. As of today, we've had 18,516 individuals tested. Out of that, we've had 1,363 individuals that are positive. Out of that, 502 have recovered, and we have total deaths at 26. We are still watching our statistics very, very closely. We have 53% of our positives are in that 18 to 40-year-olds. And also I should share too, as of yesterday, in both of our hospitals, we've had a total of 21 people that are hospitalized with COVID. And currently there is one long-term care facility outbreak in Dubuque County, and that's Luther Manor, Grand Meadows in Asbury. And I know that Stacy is on the line as well, so in a second I will have her give just a quick update. And again, looking at our Dubuque County numbers, the county's overall positive test rate is 7.4%, and 1 in 5 Dubuque County residents have now been tested. The incident management team did collaboratively with Iowa Department of Public Health do a webinar last week with our colleges in preparation for them opening their doors. We did have some technical issues with the webinar itself. So the instant management team, which again is Stacy Killian, Tom Berger, Mary Rose Corrigan, and myself, we will again be meeting with those same college representatives this week, and our discussion will basically be the local discussion, and we are not going to involve the Iowa Department of Public Health at this time, because they did have their message last week, and now we're going to just address basically any questions or concerns that our colleges will have. And then starting next week, we are going to be concentrating on webinars with our pre-K through 12 administrators, school nurses, to help again in any assistance that we can provide in opening up those doors for the schools to start. I also just wanted to share as an FYI with our mask mandate that we have the initial Mask Up Dubuque County on Facebook. Last week, I was going to share with the Board of Health on Wednesday, we had 32,164 people that message had reached. We had basically 5,000 Dubuque County residents doing some type of an engagement, such as 361 shared and 172 liked, and then we had numerous comments as well. And a lot of people did take that image and updated their Facebook profile with that. Before, again, I turn it over to Stacy, I would just lastly like to share that we did have, when we found out last Monday with the reduction in the testing kits for Test Iowa, or the quantity for Test Iowa, Dr. Padati and Dr. Garvey from Iowa Department of Public Health did call. So I included Stacy Killian on that call as well. And what they're trying to reach out, they're trying to help us build our testing capacity. They know that we have very limited resources with our testing supplies and our testing process. So they have welcomed, or they have not welcomed, they have given us 2,000 collection kits with the state hygienic lab. We've already started conversations with our local healthcare providers to see if we can disseminate those collection kits to help our local healthcare providers increase their testing. Now, because they are from the state hygienic lab, the same criteria must be met. They did not take away that option. But on last Monday evening, I should back up one step, I apologize, when we did hear that they're going to be reducing the Test Iowa testing numbers to 100 per day, the instant management team did submit through the EOC a request for 1,500 collection kits that we could target on our contact tracing individual population. Then on Tuesday, the governor's office did call and just basically had said that they were looking at evaluating the testing process with Test Iowa. And I had also asked about our requisition with the EOC. So on Wednesday, that is when Dr. Padati and Dr. Ann Garvey called us and offered us 2,000 collection kits. So we are quite pleased that we are receiving 2,000. And as I had said, we are already in conversation with our local healthcare providers throughout the county and getting those disseminated. But again, before I turn it over to Stacy for her update, I would also just like to share, Kelly did share with Epic Health and Wellness that no appointments are needed for Test Iowa for the 6 to 7 a.m. drive up that is still being held this week on Tuesday and on Wednesday. Appointments are required for anything outside of those drive up times. And next week, testing will only be done by appointment. And you do have to call Epic Health and Wellness to arrange for an appointment. And we're really encouraging people to only leave one message. Kelly and her staff, I know, are getting quite a few calls scheduling appointments. And Kelly had said that they will return those calls within one business day. so that people do not have to call numerous times and leave numerous messages from the same individual, that they will get back and schedule an appointment with them. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Stacy to give some updates as well.
Hi, everybody. It's Stacy Killian. Just a few quick VNA updates. Thank you, Patrice. To date, VNA has fielded 14,672 calls and contacts from the community as we continue with our public call center. And as Patrice mentioned, we have a current outbreak at a long-term care facility, Grand Meadows. They have 3 positive residents. VNA is actively working with both Iowa Department of Public Health and the staff at Grand Meadows to provide daily updates in looking at resident and staff testing, positive cases, offering medical support, and then also support for isolation and guidance. We are doing the daily follow-up calls with 7 other facilities along with the isolation shelter, providing daily support to those that are positive, and then also the testing, isolation, and quarantine guidance. VNA is continuing to work with Test Iowa as best we can. We are providing staffing support on occasion as needed throughout their testing, and we are continuing to provide child care assistance with our local child care providers, partnering also with child care resource and referral, looking at providers that might have been closed earlier in the spring that are starting to reopen now that school is getting ready in session. So we are working to make sure that they have the most updated guidance through department, through DHS that was updated on June 23rd, and that they are able to follow through with all that guidance. So VNA is kept pretty busy along with working with the Incident Command Center as well.
Okay, thank you, Stacy. Are there any questions for Patrice or Stacy?
No, thank you.
None for me.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you all for the update. Now we'll go to the last item on the agenda, discussion and motion to approve Board of Health recommendations that all attendees of county activities and Dubuque County property be required to wear a face mask. And do we have that letter that we can post?
I asked Dawn to put this on the agenda. Each of us received at our home address this letter addressed to us, asking that we support and be notified of the Board of Health strong recommendations, excuse me, regarding face masks. And I thought it was something we should be discussing and perhaps formally adopting. It would seem to be a very simple baseline that shouldn't cause controversy. When I signed claims at the courthouse the past week, I found 2 letters from parents attached to requests for refunds from camp dues they had paid. 2 of those letters indicated they were asking for refunds because county conservation was not requiring masks for children and students who attended these outdoor programs. That was actually their grounds in part for asking for a refund. So it's being noticed that we are not asking or requiring people to wear masks when they are involved in organized activities that we are sponsoring.
I'm a little confused, Ann. I'm reading the letter, and in some places it says requiring masks at functions, and in the bolded section it says the Dubuque County Board of Health strongly recommends that face masks be required. So is this have they enacted a mandate or a strong recommendation? And then it repeats recommendation in the last sentence. It says this recommendation also extends to all attendees, participants, and workers at municipal or county-sponsored events, regardless of where they occur. So are there other municipalities, are they being asked to take action on this? I'm not sure that I understand what we're being asked to do.
Did you receive it at home? Did you receive the letter?
Yeah, I've got it right here. See, I even got the envelope.
So I mean, I don't have more to add. That's what they've asked us to do. So I thought we should bring it in and talk about it. If we want, we can ask the chair of the Board of Health to jump in and give any other clarification he might want to give.
If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer, but the intent, based on the action taken at the Board of Health on July 15th, was that we have sent this to all 3 county supervisors as well as the mayor of all 21 cities within the county, strongly recommending that any time an event that takes place on county or city property or sponsored by the county or city, that all participants, staff, what have you, be required to wear masks. That is a recommendation. It is not a mandate. We have not stepped over that line. But, you know, if this is our recommendation and we felt the place to start was within the leadership of the counties.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, Tom, that was great. I was at the meeting when you originally discussed it, and I think it's a very good initiative. It's a very good communication to the elected officials, and so I applaud you and the rest of the Board of Health for doing it, and would be happy to support it. I'll take it one step further. I would be in support of a county-wide mandate if my colleagues would be willing to be so bold. I believe there's been one other county that has done that so far, and certainly City of Dubuque would be a strong lead in that as well, since the majority of the population resides within the City of Dubuque. And I understand the circling legal issues and other stuff, and then I know the board in the past has been reluctant to badger the governor, maybe, as if you want to combine Wisconsin and Iowa. But I think it's definitely a step in the right direction, and I support it.
Thank you, Supervisor Wickham.
This is Supervisor Baker. I support this letter with that we strongly recommend that face masks be required at all times by anyone attending, participating in, or working at an event that takes place. But I don't know if we can mandate it inside of a town, an incorporated area.
Well, then from a Board of Health perspective, I'd ask, what does it take to get there?
I think we can cover everything outside of the municipalities. And I'm not sure if that's what we're being asked to do, because it says it extends to participants and workers at municipal or county-sponsored events.
And I would imagine
regardless of what.
Our action would strike the word municipal.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's given me heartburn here, is I don't want to be dictating to cities and towns in our county because they have their own jurisdiction.
And this is just a strong recommendation. It isn't a mask mandate.
That's the way I read it.
That is certainly a step in the right direction.
Agreed.
And I agree with that. Okay, we've got the letter. I think the, if we were to remove the words municipal or, and have it read, and workers at county-sponsored events, regardless of where they occur, I think I'd be inclined to support this strong recommendation.
The top line would just be changed to read, the Dubuque County Board of Supervisors. You could say joins with the Board of Health and strongly recommends. We need to change the top sentence as well.
I'd be okay with that.
Do you want to do this in a proclamation? Do you want to do it in a resolution? What would you like to do? Do we want to see if there's any feedback from conservation? And do we need to issue any kind of clarity?
I can comment on that. So at, I believe it was our last conservation meeting, we did discuss mask use amongst both the attendees and staff. And basically it was just an open communication during the director's report in which the board, myself and a few others, just voiced that we would be all very interested and gave the county conservation staff the directive to have the public wear masks and for the staff to wear masks when they're can't do social distancing and inside.
Do you think this
So that was received.
Right. Do you think this is strong enough to address that concern? Does it kind of lay it out well enough, do you think? It's a strong recommendation.
Like I said, I think it's a start. I don't know if that question's to me. Is that to me, Supervisor McDonough?
Sure.
Oh, I think it's a start, but you know, I'm interested in going much further. So you know, I'll take anything we can get, but my comments still stand about supportive of a countywide mask ordinance, mandate, proclamation. I think that's where we should be at.
We do have it listed on the agenda for discussion and motion to approve the Board of Health recommendations that all attendees, blah, blah, blah. I would think that we would want to have it worded the way that we want it worded and bring it back as a proclamation or a resolution as an action item, perhaps at our next meeting. Or we could do a special meeting if we see fit. So I will, it sounds like we have consensus to support this. So, okay, I'm getting a comment that time is of the essence in chat. So can we unmute Diane Pape-Freiberger? She's a member of the Board of Health. Diane, is she unmuted?
There, I just got unmuted, thank you. This is Diane Pape-Freiberger, and thank you, Chair Baker, for allowing me to speak. I was the one that made this motion. It was unanimously passed by the Board of Health, and that was 2 weeks ago almost, since we didn't have a quorum last week. But time is of essence here. You know, we're seeing our numbers go up, and now that we have had a decrease in the number of testing, we still saw our numbers going up. we see our numbers in the hospitals going up. That concerns me drastically. I don't know what motion you want to make tonight to support this, or if you want to have your own motion to do a mandate. But time is of essence to get people using masks. I think that we've been talking about this for a while, but it's my concern that the longer we wait to approve such a motion, the more individuals will be infected with this nasty virus, and possibly more individuals could die.
Okay, thank you, Diane, for your input.
I'll make a motion that the Dubuque County Board of Supervisors issue a proclamation joining the Dubuque County Board of Health in strongly recommending that face masks be required at all times by anyone attending, participating in, or working at an event that takes place on any county-owned property. This recommendation also extends to all attendees, participants, and workers at county-sponsored events, regardless of where they occur.
Okay. We have a motion to do a proclamation as read by Supervisor McDonough. It's very similar to the Board of Health recommendation. I believe the only difference is the words municipal is deleted in two places.
I will second that motion.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Is there any additional discussion?
The only discussion I have is, and I just would need clarification. I don't know what the proper tool is. This is my first pandemic, and so if the county attorney could comment whether that should be a proclamation or it should be a resolution, or it doesn't really have any, bearing legally. But I just be curious to myself of what it is. But I'm happy to let the motion stand and second it as a proclamation today.
Okay, thank you for that. And I have a comment or question. Would we be prepared then, we take this action, for the chair to go ahead and sign whatever the appropriate document is prior to the next meeting, or do you want it to come back for formal approval at the next meeting? I think we know what we want in it, but I'm interested to hear, because I don't want to, I want to make sure I have approval to sign is what I'm saying.
I think it could be drafted. My motion is very specific. It could be drafted, sent to us. If there's any discussion or correction, it would have to go to the next meeting for us to have that. Otherwise, I would think we could approve clerical error, clerical typing.
So what I'm hearing is it needs to come back to the board. So, and I'm okay with that. I just, all right. So it won't be done immediately. I mean, they'll get it out.
And that's kind of
review.
Kind of alludes, for a little further comment, that alludes because so proclamations typically all three of us sign them. Resolutions typically just the chair, and so I was just kind of wading through mentally that process of what we normally do with a proclamation.
Okay.
We could have a proclamation ready for Monday, I guess.
We could have a proclamation or a resolution ready for Monday, which would be the normal procedure, but I asked that question based on the time is of the essence comment from one of our members of the Board of Health. But I'm prepared to support this. So, any further discussion?
I mean, this is not a mandate. I mean, we have jurisdiction over lots of cornfields and some folks, but there's 21 cities. And I know that our cities out in the rural part of our county do not support a mandate. they're fine with the strong recommendation, but they don't want us to go into mandate. And I don't know where the city of Dubuque is on their position on that. So I thought the Board of Health did a great job, and I appreciated them going through the language the first time, and appreciated getting the letter at home.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Because I believe your motion was for the strong recommendation, not the mandate. Is that correct? I wanted to make sure I wasn't confused.
This is not a mandate.
The motion was strong recommendation. Is that correct?
Right, it's the same
Thank
thing
you.
that's written
All
on
right.
the paper.
Right, okay.
So in short, just to be clear then, so in short, it's a recommendation to county conservation and to others. Is that what you're saying? It's not a directive or mandate to our staff and to the public that they must, shall, or be mandated to wear masks. Is that what you're saying?
I guess that's
Because I had
the point
interpreted that,
of
Art.
the discussion. Are we wanting our departments to go further? Is this sufficient for conservation?
We have more departments out there than conservation.
So the Board of Health is recommending to us that masks be required. So required would, in my language, follow up as that it's mandatory. So that's how I interpreted your motion. But as I said, I'm happy to, when we have this recorded, so we certainly would know exactly what the motion was. I'm happy to continue to support it, and I think it's a good start. But we want to make it clear to staff members and ultimately the public.
My motion was joining with the Board of Health and strongly recommending. Excuse me, if we want to take a stronger action, then my motion is not appropriate.
Well, I think I said I do, so I just need one more person to agree.
Well, we're in discussion on Supervisor McDonough's motion. It was seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I mean, we could require, we could go further and say that, I mean, are we going to say anyone who's on conservation grounds is mandated? We could mandate people wear masks on our property. Our employees are not doing that.
In discussion, I hate to admit it, but my understanding is that we do not have that legal authority. The governor only does. That's what I've been seen or heard through discussions related to other communities that are trying to indicate process.
Even Supervisor Wickham on our own land, our own grounds.
That's my understanding of it, but the county attorney would be the one to ask. So I would like that question clarity, but that's kind of what I get in reading, just reports and information from the other counties and cities that have gone forth with stronger mask doctrine. So whether it's a resolution or a discussion or a motion. But I'd like the county attorney's opinion on that. I think it's the right thing to do. I think we should be having as much mask use as we can in order to slow the spread. It just makes sense.
So do we want to just vote down my motion or table this matter and take it up again? We're at starting at 3:30. We're at 5 hours counting.
I think my opinion is this is a good step in the right direction. I think if there's a stronger action, that would be separate. But I think this is a strong recommendation, and I support it.
Yeah, and I support it as well. I think just my only comment was, and we're kind of going around, is just, should it be a proclamation? And then we can, if if we could just have county attorneys comment on that, I think that's fine. And if there's nothing to stop it, we just move forward with the motion and the second, and happy to vote for it very shortly.
Let's get it ready then for Monday, and if something changes on even our minds into next week or thereafter, I guess we can be more, we can always issue an additional update.
Well, typically we vote on the proclamations, and we do vote on the proclamations when they're in front of us and we read them. So if we follow that normal step, we'll have one more review.
Okay, all in favor, if there's no more discussion, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Carried 3-0. All right, is there any other business to be brought forward tonight? That's the end of the agenda as I see it. And then a motion to recess would be in order.
Motion to recess.
And I will second that.
Motion made and seconded to recess at 8:19 p.m. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, carried. We are in recess. Thank you. Be well, everyone.